All right. Are you ready, Jeff?
Yep.
I will call the study session to order.
Okay, agenda item A, study session roll call. Councilmember DuPont,
Present.
Deanda, Harris, Smith, Zhang,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Boyle. Here. And Mayor Serrato.
Here.
Okay, agenda item B, study session, continued study session to review the 2025-26 City Council goals and priorities.
All right, thank you, Jennifer. All right. Good evening, City Manager McBride.
Can we zoom in on this a little bit? Hold on. I think I can do it right here.
All right. Welcome back for continued study session to review the goals and priorities.
Absolutely. Mayor, what you see is probably still a pretty rough document in some aspects. Formatting could be worked on for sure, but following the last meeting where we talked about goals and priorities, we went back. We tried to come up with more specific goals. We tried to have some measurable time frames involved. We also added in what we thought would be responsible parties to kind of work on these. I would say we probably swung from one side of the pendulum being very broad to maybe being a little bit too specific. There's probably a sweet spot somewhere just in the middle or a little bit to one side or the other. We did go back to, we looked through all of the comments at the goal setting workshop that we had. We had all the comments provided by the departments, everything we received from yourselves at the meeting. The big picture things don't really change, right? They're public safety, it's transportation, roads, road safety, pedestrian safety, parks, community services, economic development. Those tend to be the high priorities from everything we look through. I think those also resonate with what you heard at your town hall meetings that we had. So with that in mind, as we started to work through this, I think one area too that came up from our 5-year forecast was more fiscal stability, planning a little bit farther ahead for our resources. And so just to start with this first one here, we just call this fiscal stability, so to speak. We listed several things here in the middle goal section that have come up before or things that we know that we should be working on. And as I mentioned, we set a timeline and then some department responsibilities. So I don't really want to read through each one of these. If there's any things you guys want to comment on, I can keep going. But obviously at the bottom of the page here, you can see public safety is the next one. These are not organized in any specific order or hierarchy. Like we just did fiscal stability first and public safety, and whatever order they fell in is how they fell in. So please don't take that as like this is a higher priority than any of the others. The timeframes kind of tell you, I think, realistically how long it'll take to get those goals accomplished. Besides that, there's really not a priority over one section over another. Okay, public safety. Quite a bit here. Obviously, we had items here that pertain to both your police department and fire department. And so just looking here at the top, you got some fire-related ones like the Hawk Training Center, ALS services that we're currently providing. A few of these, I think, are kind of both departments, like involving enhancement of leadership, making sure we have continuity of services, succession planning. And then some of these pertain a little bit more to police, obviously, like the Real-Time Crime Center, other items that we've got listed here for you. One thing that's important, too, just in this section is talking about working towards a good facilitation of an actual plan to build your future needs, like your future fire station, for example. Really like to have a concrete direction on that, picking a site, have a financing plan in place so we have something to work towards to get that online. Okay. Next general area here is economic development. A lot of good feedback at the goals and priorities meeting. As I mentioned, went back through everything again, looked through it. A couple highlights in this section. There's obviously some properties we need to have input on for potential disposition. As you know, Bell Station's in progress already with County Office of Education. The transfer center's come up before. That's an asset that I know that MCG would like to discuss with us for securing that for the long-term needs. A few things here that maybe look new to you, but it's kind of a new creative way. We've talked about this concept of a family entertainment zone as a way to try to draw tourism and other investment near CP42. That investment, that facility really kind of created a new opportunity that we hadn't really discussed before. Other communities use these large-scale community facilities to attract attention to the community, and so that's something unique that we've not had until now. And maybe that could be an area we want to take advantage of going into the future. That would probably work its way out through having a plan in the general plan or a future development in that area to try to integrate uses that make sense to support CP42. But a lot of these have been kind of consistent over years of the past. Obviously, one of the top ones is the airport terminal, which we're getting very close to having finalized. We all think there's a lot of really good upside with the terminal, the good investment we're making there. So that's something that's getting close to being completed. Another thing I just mentioned too is that mid-year, you did approve an administrator position in ECDev. That's gone all the way through the personnel board now, so we're able to actually go out and finally do the recruitment for that position. Okay, a lot of conversation about pedestrian safety, vehicular safety at our meetings. And so we have a lot of actual CP projects that are on the books now that engineering has been working on, CMAQ projects, speed tables, obviously the speed survey is something that's already in progress. So this kind of became pretty easy. We had all these kind of articulated in some places. Let's put them together into one document, one visual representation of them so that you could look at them. And again, we set aside, the timing for them in the middle column there. All right, scroll down some more. Affordable housing has been an ongoing priority for the city. There may not be a lot of line items here, but it doesn't mean it's not a big issue for us. And so we have a lot of really good projects we're trying to bring into completeness in the city. So we want to just keep efforts of that going. Just a reminder, like you've got Devonwood that's under construction, the Bella Vista project on Parsons Avenue, Park Avenue project, the one on 13th Street. There's a lot of things we're supporting and working through. They're still ongoing. Obviously, one area of concern going forward in the future is just kind of this uncertainty about the block grant funding and home programs. We've seen recommendations to cut the program. We know they've already cut half of the workforce for the department. And so that would really be of concern for us since that is a source that we use to support community investment and affordable housing. COC, obviously we provide funding every year to support the continuum of care for homelessness. So that kind of gives you an idea of some of the topics here. Capital projects, we didn't have any shortage of capital projects. We really tried to put these in order based upon ARPA funding or just level of completeness. You really have between now and the end of the calendar year to complete our ARPA improvement projects. The Complete Safe Streets project, that's a lighting project all across the community that's well underway as well, should be done in the general time frame. And then I do want to put in a plug for something tomorrow evening, the Bear Creek Restoration Program. And so there's going to be a community meeting tomorrow about 5 o'clock at 28th and H Street, somewhere in that vicinity at the yoga park to talk about the project. And so, this is going to be an ongoing thing, but we're still continuing to use the funding from Adam Gray's time with the state legislature to take on the work. The money we have here is not sufficient to do the whole work, but it can definitely make important investments and clear up issues we need to get addressed. So I know Bear Creek safety has been an ongoing concern for the council as well. And same with quiet zones. That's been a project that's been on the books for a while where we're essentially waiting for permitting and final approvals from state agencies, but we keep it on here, right? So moving on. Governance is a separate area that I know we often have meetings of your governance and ethics subcommittee from the council. Pretty broad area. I know there's been discussion about having this portal for agreements, resolutions, which I think we're very close to having actually completed, ready to go. You're going to have a presentation tonight on the website, Merced Connect, so that's also working its way through. Jennifer has done great work that we want to have a meeting back with our ECDEV subcommittee to talk about the RFP for basically creating a stronger media presence, social media presence. So there's work that's been here ongoing that we think can support your ongoing goals and priorities that are making some good progress over the next 5 to 6 months. Training for our boards and commissions. I know this has been a priority year after year. It's been a hard one to kind of achieve. Craig has made a commitment. Jennifer's made a commitment. Some of our boards, committees, and commissions need some help to kind of make sure that we're doing the meetings correctly, public participation's consistent, all those things. One last thing on this one I just point out too is, I would love to have a crack at maybe rethinking the goals and priority timing, the whole process for everything. I'd love to work with through the committee and bring back some recommendations. I feel like we kind of do things opposite of the actual order that they should be now, but definitely an area that we can look into for potential changes. Okay, probably one of the bigger topic areas from everything that we reviewed was parks and community services. We know that the parks, our community buildings, our open space are tremendous assets for our community. The Arts District formation is something that we've talked about. Again, Jennifer's been working on that. We'd like to bring this back soon. We know we've kind of exhausted state funding options, but doesn't mean we can't do a local designation and look at things that we could do to support arts and arts investment. We have a few very specific projects right here. And in fact, Ken Elwin here tonight, I think. There's Ken. He told me this morning that we're starting the Dennis Chavez and Diego Garcia Parks work this week. CP42 on the list, obviously, that's a big important thing. You have an item on your agenda tonight, talk about Stephen Leonard Park and the community building there as well. So one more little plug here for the pros. Remember we had a presentation recently on that from 110%. So a lot of really good focused work here in this area that we want to continue to make progress on and complete in this next year. Baden-Powell Park being another one as well. All right. There were some policy items that we kind of discerned from different conversations. One thing that I know has become a bigger topic is just the street vendors that we see out and about. A lot of concerns about traffic safety, concerns about food health safety. We've done an exercise with the county about food safety. They've unfortunately had to confiscate hundreds and hundreds of pounds of food in the past just because of unsafe temperatures and handling. We currently have a process for temporary events for uses of streets, but it's not really an event process. We're having a lot more requests, a lot more demands of our police department. There could be other areas that come up, but these are areas that we thought might warrant some discussion. Shopping cart ordinances, has been completed. We have to work on a little bit different approach to really implement this program. It's going to take some education, and so we wanted to make sure we keep that on the list as well. Last section here is kind of new CIP items. These were easy to find. These are basically in your budget. And so just wanted to highlight those. Probably one of the bigger ones on the list is McKee Road Rehab. That was not something that was like working its way through the priority because the county is undertaking that project and they reached out and said, we can cooperate. There's good benefit from effort together, a savings. We felt it warranted discussion, and so that's why we wanted you to consider as part of the budget process. All right. That's a lot of stuff on the list. Happy to kind of have discussion about how you want to go. We'd love to get a document that you're comfortable with for your goals and priorities so you know what we're going to be working on. Staff can be accountable to kind of focusing on those priority areas. There's a lot of good work that you all support, the community sees, plenty of things to be very proud of, and a lot that we can accomplish. So I'll be quiet now. I'll take any feedback, however you'd like to proceed from this point going forward.
All right. Thank you, Scott. Thank you, as always, for all your hard work on this. We know you're coming back and reworking a lot of things. We, again, appreciate all your work in doing this. Jennifer, do we have anything from the public on this?
I do have 2 requests to speak forms from the
Okay.
public.
And then we have, before we begin, any initial questions? I guess, Scott, first I'd ask you, what exactly are you looking for tonight? You want us to finalize this? I know we have a couple of council members out as well, so it might behoove us to
Yeah, I know. It's
continue it for their input as well, but
yeah, your whole left flank is
Yeah.
gone tonight, so it's a little bit interesting. Mayor, it's really the discretion that
Craig
you guys
exposed
want to
it.
work through. Obviously, you like to have an adopted document that goes into the next fiscal year. So you still have a little bit of time, but our goal would be to try to get something that's actionable for you at either the next meeting or the one right after it, right? Okay. And so I think the way that we write the MGOs into your budget document are pretty broad to support these larger topics. A lot of this could also be looked at as a work plan, right? These are things that we just want to make sure we're focusing on and try to get accomplished because there's a time constraint, funding constraint, something like that. But that's the broad goals. Let's get something that you can come back, take action on at one of your next 2 upcoming meetings.
okay. You presenting this as essentially a near finished draft, or at least in terms of the content?
I think probably with some feedback tonight, I think we could probably wrap it up pretty quickly.
All right.
Yeah. Like I said, Mayor, I think we swung from maybe too broad to really specific, and there's probably a good balance.
Yeah.
The good thing is the work is there. Manipulating this won't take long. We can put it in a nice format we're all proud about and be done with it. The real work is working on this, not so much. When I mean working on this, I mean working on what's in the document, not working on the document itself. That's where the real work starts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, questions from council? All right, seeing none. Jennifer, if you want to call the speakers to the podium.
Sure. Can I get Andrea Uribe and Ashley Marie Suarez to the podium to my left, please?
Good evening.
Evening, Ashley.
The city's top priority should be ongoing public engagement for all of the refined goals and policies, regardless of whether or not this list is going to be pared down even further. Public engagement will promote transparency and accountability, which is something that the city must commit to doing regardless of the outcomes today. And as you can see, there aren't many attendees here from the general public, and that might be due to folks being busy, just getting out of work. But I think that some suggestions that can be considered to further be transparent and engage the community is by providing notices in monthly utility bills, partnering with school district to notify parents and guardians of school children, and possibly posting flyers at clubs, local businesses, the library, and parks, because it is really important to ensure that the public is engaged and part of this discussion that will impact your constituents, and that this should be noticed in advance. Going to address this, the city must take every grant opportunity available to ensure that projects with overwhelming community support and need are carried out in a timely manner. And for that reason, we strongly encourage that alongside expanding the expertise with hiring counsel and engineers, that you also hire an internal grant writer. If the city is contracting an external grant writer, it may be more cost effective to hire someone internally instead of outsourcing one. Specifically, under future planning, the goal to complete housing element and SB 244 analysis should include objectives for additional community input as well, specifically in regards to identifying community needs related to housing and water, wastewater, fire, and stormwater infrastructure. This should result in meaningful programs and policies for the housing element, as well as a better understanding for the needs of the communities that are within your sphere of influence. Under the affordable housing and or policy section, the city should include a goal to develop, finalize, and adopt an inclusionary zoning ordinance within the year that will ensure affordable housing is built concurrently and alongside market rate housing. This would equitably distribute affordable housing throughout the city, and the city's current RHNA resolution, which allows developers to pay their way out of building affordable housing, is simply not enough. It's not proactive per se, nor does it address the need for low-income housing. We hope that you strongly consider these suggestions, and if you have any questions, please feel free to reach out. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Ashley. All right, good evening.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Andrea Uribe, and I'm a land use and transportation policy advocate for Leadership Council. Thank you for the opportunity to participate within today's study session. After attending community meetings with South Merced residents and reviewing previous engagement efforts from residents, Leadership Council efforts, and local staff, I will be commenting on the following categories of today's study session: future planning, economic development, pedestrian safety, and capital projects. However, before diving into specific comments for the sections previously mentioned, I would like to emphasize the importance of providing the public with as much information as possible to be able to disseminate as much knowledge to local communities and gather intel that understand the priorities of residents. For the goal under future planning, entitled Amend Zoning and Municipal Code to support housing business investments, we urge the city to keep in mind environmental justice principles that will prioritize distancing residential areas from noxious land uses such as industrial parks to prevent the negative externalities such as poor air quality from further impacting future housing opportunities and residents within the city. Under the goal category of economic development, the city has listed the following goals: host economic roundtable investment event with community partners and promote job creation centers and business clusters. We urge the city to incorporate direct engagement opportunities for residents to provide input and collaborate with the city, partners, and businesses to create job opportunities that prioritize the interest of residents, of residents, and deprioritize business investments that may negatively impact the air quality of nearby communities. For the goal, support a grocery store in South Merced, District 2. Residents hope to be able to see direct follow-through from the city by rezoning additional plots to allow for commercial use and to see further infrastructure investments within their community, such as sidewalks, water, sewer, and drainage to incentivize investors and developers to build a much-needed grocery store within their community. For pedestrian safety, residents from South Merced continue to advocate for complete street projects that will prioritize lighting, sidewalks, gutters, crosswalks, and traffic calming measures. We also ask that the city look for collaboration opportunities with Merced County to complete feasibility and implementation studies in streets such as South P, where city and county jurisdictions are close together. Given that the county is already working on a feasibility study for South P, we encourage the city to expand that feasibility study to incorporate water and sewer projects. This is a great opportunity for collaboration where time is of the essence and could generate great impact for residents. For the goal category, capital projects, we ask that the city create a follow-up actions to help carry goals to completion for goals such as finalize Collins Drive and Childs and Canal design engineering. This project is an example of community priorities that must go beyond the design phase. We urge the city to look into all funding opportunities such as Measure V to pass this goal and implementation and completion phases. Thank you for your time and consideration. I look forward to continuing to work alongside the City of Merced residents.
Thank you very much for your comments and for all your hard work in preparing that. All right, we'll invite Mr. McBride back up. How much time do we have? We have 27 minutes. All right, council, any requests to speak? Councilmember DuPont.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Scott, for the presentation and for kind of a revamp of some of the goals and priorities. This is helpful to see because it brings kind of the outcomes and deliverables I was looking for. I think you are correct. It does swing all the way to the other side of very hyper specific on projects. What could be useful is to take some of the projects and generalize them as a goal, but then at the end of the goals and priorities, maybe provide a work plan or capital improvement projects that we're doing, where they are in phases. You know, are they in design? Are they in construction? I think that as a whole would bring this to allowing the public to see the goals and priorities and kind of some expectations, as well as, you know, when we revisit this maybe mid-year, that we can talk about, okay, where are we at on everything? So given that we are missing some council members, it may be beneficial for us to either table this to the next meeting, or have an ad hoc committee in the meantime to kind of talk about this more, so that we can prepare for the next meeting. I don't know how much we're going to actually be able to discuss with 3 missing council members.
Yeah.
All right, anyone else? Councilmember Jean.
I can understand with the missing council members as well. I do think we should try to capture what we can here with us, with the time that we have, and continue it as well, incorporating some of our comments up here to the next council meeting so that the other council members do have an opportunity to provide input as well. But how we do this, Matt, I'm going to hand that back to you.
That's the tricky part. All right. Anyone else? Mayor Pro Tem Boyle? Everyone gets extra time tonight.
I know, there's so little of us. Thank you, Scott, for doing this tonight and reconfiguring based on our last meeting. I think for me is some of these goals that we have that are considered ongoing, how do we measure them? And how do we know if they're successful? Do we need to pivot? Some of the ones that I had highlighted was develop and implement strategies that reduce cost or increase savings. Like, how are we going to be doing that? Strengthen the UC, Merced, and Merced College partnerships. What does that look like? Maintaining grant writing services and internal work group. We had a speaker talk about grant writer. It might not be in our budget for this year, but is it something like, look at who we have right now? Is it actually more cost effective for us to bring someone in-house to help us with that? So for me, this is fine. I'm fine, either having an ad hoc committee or waiting till the other council members come. But really that's my concern, is how are we measuring the ongoing goals that we have lined out here?
All right. So yeah, I think Councilmember Zhang outlines I think everybody kind of put together. We got another 20 minutes or so, so we do whatever we can in these 20 minutes. And then we can't finalize it tonight, given we have a couple council members missing. So probably put it over to another agenda, but see if as much as we can get done tonight. And then if there is a need, then we can have either an ad hoc committee or else have just the city manager working with individual council members in the meantime. I think that's been as has been done over the last few weeks. So if there's a need for follow-up, certainly council members assisting you over the next 2 weeks with this, and let's see if hopefully.
Yeah, Mayor, I mean, ad hoc would make a lot of sense to me. I think we could, do a lot of work with the formatting. We can work on this in a collaborative way and get it to a better form, kind of work through some of the issues. I mean, it's hard to do it in 20 minutes, right? And it's a lot of conversation that goes into this. That'd be certainly acceptable to me. I'd really enjoy if we wanted to take that approach.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is there anything here? Is that a new one, Sarah, or is that okay? Good.
Sorry, one more comment. I know some of these items were brought up from previous years, and maybe outlining which ones on this list were from prior council, where we're at. I know with our CIP list, it has more detail, but I think with this list, if we're going to be publishing it on our website, that might be another thing to add to it.
Okay. Is everybody good with what's on this list right now? Is there anything on there that anybody feels isn't appropriate?
Well, I wouldn't say like not appropriate, but I go back to my comment of some of it's really hyper specific, and I don't know if we want to do that as goals and priorities. Like I was saying, we can have a goals and priorities. So let's take, for example, pedestrian safety. I mean, we can create a goal that is complete community multi-use and sidewalk projects, or identify project stages to determine project viability and fiscal need, and complete project designs to make potential project shovel ready. We can make goals, but then also have a list that says complete Childs Avenue, complete Stoll School sidewalk. Like we can do both, but actually have a goal to what that means, if that is making sense.
I think, yeah, a little bit. With, with measures, there's a tension here, right? With the more general we are, then, painting broad brushes, it's a little easier, more efficient. But then the more specific we are, we can get down deep into the forest, maybe a little too much. But then also, if we do that, then holding staff accountable, having realistic goals, measures, all that becomes a lot easier and clearer. So
Well, I think if you're doing somewhat a combination of the two, taking what you have as hyper-specific and making a goal out of that, of what's common denominator there, allows you to still have a goal, because there may be something that comes up in the middle of the year that's like, this meets our goals and priorities, but we just didn't specifically say it in our goals and priorities. So I think that's where we don't want to get caught up as well. So we can do a combination of both.
yeah. Okay.
I mean, if I could add, I think that's a very good point, that there could be things that come along during the year that warrant discussion that maybe should reflect where we either added in. Mid-year's a great time, but sometimes it could be some other period where it comes up where something really need to consider, right? You just don't know what's going to happen in the future, but I do like that. It should be there should be some openness to it, some flexibility, because opportunities come about, things could change.
Yeah, things often change at mid-year. There's always mid-year budget requests that vary different. All right. So again, anything that is in here that people have an issue with? Councilmember Jean.
I have some comments and questions as well. And just kind of going through the list here. So with regards to public safety, Scott, do you mind showing that table? I think the first item with regard to identifying site financing option, that's pretty much very similar, if not the same, as apparatus and equipment replacement plan. So consolidating those. In terms of explore contract services with not that one, contract services with schools. I'm not fond of cops on campus, and so I would support community service officers on campus, though. If we go down to future planning, the top portion, the last line, similar to what Council Members DuPont and Boyd has kind of mentioned, I'm not quite sure what that last line means in this case. I would assume that's something we're already doing. And is this something we're trying to do more effectively? If we look at, let's see here, economic development, the investment in downtown as a cultural/entertainment hub. I do get a little confused on what the PBID is meant to do and what we're meant to do with regards to this item. For the pedestrian safety in terms of the Arbor Walkway, I know we had discussion regarding that before, so I'm not quite sure what this is. Again, I might be getting into the weeds of things, but is this regarding the north side, the south side? What exactly are we doing here? The SEEK, under affordable housing, SEEK, state, federal grants, earmarks, is this in addition to what we currently are doing and getting, or is this something that we're just maintaining? And similar to the ADU duplex, triplex plan, my question is, how often have these plans been used? I know we put money into creating them, so would like to know how often are they used and what does maintaining here means in this case.
I don't know to interrupt the train of thought, but these plans have a life. They have like a life shelf, right? Like they're only good because they're built under certain building codes. They're designed for certain codes. They have to be updated periodically. So we're going into a budget. We're going into a code cycle update. So the old codes won't work anymore. That's what I mean by maintaining, trying to keep them current with the code cycle so they can be used, and we can get information on how many times they've been used in the past too.
Thank you. Under capital projects, I'm not fond of the McKee Road rehabilitation. I think in the budget it mentions $1.2 million, and given our budget, I'm a bit more cautious in terms of starting new projects instead of trying to use this money to finish out projects that we currently have ongoing, especially since I think, was it back in 2-3 council meetings ago where we had the road updates and we had shortfalls in certain projects. I'd rather see money go towards completing those. When we look at, well, same thing with the grant writing, as what was previously mentioned, what's the cost and success rates? If we look at annexation of CP 42 North, I think that should be on hold, considering the GPA in the south side. Just kind of thinking about the cost of maintenance once we annex the property.
So Councilmember, I would just say this, though, that project is tied to the timing for ARPA funds for the county. So we have to be completed by the end of December. And just because it's annexed doesn't mean we're maintaining it. It's just owned by somebody in the city, like any other lot around City Hall. We're not responsible for maintenance, it's just in the city.
Understood. Thank you. I did forget about ARPA. I'm not fond of moving the Parks Department over to the Senior Center. Again, in the budget, it's about roughly $100,000. And I don't know at this point in time, is that something that we should really be trying to do? And then some general question regarding the Joe Air Park. Not quite sure what that means in this case. And then with regards to the policies, I would like to see, I think the rental registry and the co-enforcement policy did not go forward, but then there was discussion about the slumlord ordinance. And so I think that should be something that should be included on here. I did mention in the past with regards to a welcoming city resolution as well. So I would like us to discuss whether or not it should be on here as well.
All right, how much time do we got? We're out of time. 13 minutes. All right, I think the comments that are made from the public, it seems like a number of them are on there already, including South Merced grocery storage, I think is specifically on there, traffic safety, housing. Engagement was one thing. I think Ms. Suarez made the comment about outreach and engagement. It seems to be a good to continue. We do outreach and engagement in a number of different ways, but continuing to explore and expand and improve our outreach and engagement efforts would be one as well. I think given the time, probably best to return. I think this is a good list. I'm fine with this. It's not always the be all, not the be all end all. There's things that comes up. There's other things that can be agendized through the normal process by council members if there's a specific thing. So certainly, if you have a good idea, it not being on here does not preclude it from happening. You simply have to, agendize it and get direction, especially for policy items. So I think given the time, maybe I think Councilmember Zhang and DuPont, seems like with their ideas would want to be a good ad hoc committee, for example. If you guys are good.
That works for me, Mayor.
Okay. You could have another one too if you like. I'm good. Okay. So you two could do it, or if anybody else wants, you could add a third.
Yeah, it doesn't matter to me.
Okay.
If there's a third that wants to join, they can join, but if not, then we can work together.
Okay. You guys work, and then Scott, whatever you can do, and if you need to reach out to other council members, certainly
sure
do that,
will.
or else bring us back something general or with options for our consideration in 2 weeks.
Okay.
The ad hoc committee has to stay, can't communicate with other council members, obviously, for Brown Act reasons.
Yeah, exactly.
But
Yeah.
you can reach out. All right?
Great. Sounds
All right.
good.
Joy. Okay, 10 minutes? Yeah, you want to do that right now? Yeah? Okay. On advice of our city attorney, if there is a motion to at least begin the closed session items, which are agendized, I believe it's item M, closed session items, we could start that right now, maybe. make use of
Motion.
the time.
Second.
All right. Jennifer?
Okay, I have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Boyle and a second by Councilmember DuPont. Mayor and council, please cast your votes. And the motion passes unanimously.
All right, we'll hear M out of order. Well, I'll get done when we get done. We'll be back at 6 to start the meeting.
got time for a wrap.
That potential.
in miles or a place measured in buildings or streets or projects, but may we see it measured in the people and realize that Merced is not just a place, it's our home, and we're grateful for it. We pray for those who seek its peace and prosperity, and we pray that you would just bless our city council, our mayor, and the city staff as they seek to do just that. Give them wisdom. Thank you that we live in a country where we can participate with our elected officials and that we can even vigorously debate issues that we agree and disagree on. But thank you that we can also do this with a high level of respect as a model for what the city of mercy can be. And we thank you for that. In Jesus' name, amen. Will you join me in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, thank you, Pastor Dorn.
Okay, agenda item D, roll call. Councilmember DuPont,
Present.
Deanda, Harris, Smith, Zhang,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Boyle,
Here.
and Mayor Serrato.
Here.
Okay, Mayor, I'd like to remind the audience that if they wish to address the city council, they must submit a green request to speak form located at the podium in the back of the chamber. Additionally, citizens can submit public comment to the city council electronically no later than 1 p.m. on the day of the meeting. Comments received before the deadline will be sent to the city council and will be part of the record and will be mentioned as part of the written petitions and communications portion of the agenda and will be posted on the city's website. Material may be emailed to cityclerk@cityofmerced.org, and any correspondence received after the 1 p.m. deadline will be distributed to the city council and retained for the official record. Also, for those audience members who wish to hear the council meeting translated into Spanish or Hmong, please let our interpreters know.
Good evening. Good evening. Hola, buenas tardes. Me llamo Mirna Zárate y soy intérprete en español. Y si ocupan ayuda, voy a estar aquí sentada. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Myrna.
Nhà rồng cho nên là từ xa tàu lúc trong sĩ thả mà nó xài lục mong nó chỉ chỉ cũng nhớ trong bên nó của xài lục mong rồi này ở trong tàu.
In accordance with Government Code 54952.3, it is hereby announced that the City Council sits either simultaneously or serially as the Public Financing and Economic Development Authority, Parking Authority, and/or successor agency to the Redevelopment Agency. City Council members receive a monthly stipend of $500 by charter for sitting as City Council, and the mayor receives an additional $100 each month as part of the adopted budget and Resolution 2024-78. The Public Financing and Economic Development Authority, Parking Authority, and successor agency to the Redevelopment Agency receive no compensation. Agenda item E, special presentations. E1, presentation from the Merced County Association of Governments, providing an update to council regarding bus service, roadway projects, road funding, and an overview of other MCAG services.
Okay, thank you, Jennifer. All right, Stacy, welcome. We'll turn it over to welcome Stacy Guzman, who's the Executive Director of the Merced County Association of Governments. And the floor is yours, Stacy.
Well, thank you. You took my first job. I don't have to introduce myself. Thank you for the time tonight, Mr. Mayor and members of the council, members of the public. I am happy to give an update. It's been a while. I used to do this roadshow quarterly and then went to annually. And in the post-COVID environment, we have yet to really, I don't know 5 years later if I can still call it post-COVID environment, but I still haven't gotten back up. So thank you to the city manager for this invitation. Am I controlling my own presentation? Okay, good. Oh, so much authority already. All right. So I'm going to start with the fun part. So the fun part is a quick note that we were happy to offer the 2025 Ana Maria Fuentes Scholarship to an El Cap High School senior this year, Rylan Post. This is an annual scholarship that MCAG offers to a graduating senior. It's up to $4,000. It's a very competitive scholarship, so I mention it primarily because it's not always that we have a student from a Merced area high school that is a recipient. So I'm happy to share that great news. And I also want to just do a quick update on a trip that we are all, I don't know if everyone who has gone on this trip has even unpacked. I know I certainly haven't returned this weekend, but that was our annual One Voice trip to Washington, D.C. I want to thank Mayor Serrato and Councilmember Smith, Jennifer Flackman from the city staff for participating in the program this year. It's our annual advocacy effort. We were very busy over a couple of days with our colleagues and friends from across the county and advocating for our critical transportation funding programs that are funded through the federal government. And the reason we were there is because as there's a lot of tough budget conversations happening right now, we have to be able to rely on programs like that to be there when it's time to apply for grant funding for those critical infrastructure projects like the State Route 59 widening project, Black Rascal Creek bridge replacement project, our high-speed rail, Amtrak San Joaquin's projects, Atwater Merced Expressway, all bridge improvement, just the list goes on. And so we need to go there and advocate and say this is what these programs are doing in our region and make sure that they're continued to be funded. We also had a couple of strike teams that met with federal officials responsible for programs around clean water. That is not an area under MCAG's purview, but we do cover it and offer it as a resource to our jurisdictions who participate in the program. And the same is true for public safety. We use the trip as an opportunity to advocate for programs and projects and funding that's important to our public safety community, but we are not necessarily it's not under the purview of MCAG. And so in terms of MCAG, I wanted to highlight, we are in the middle of kicking off our 2026 long-range transportation plan. The regional transportation plan is what we call it. But I wanted to focus really quickly on what we call Mr. MAP. It's the Merced Regional Multimodal Access Plan, primarily because this plan is of particular importance to the city of Merced. We are in outreach right now, and the goal is to identify multimodal projects that will improve access to our future passenger rail station in downtown Merced with ACE, Amtrak, and this high-speed rail. As part of this, we also are going to be looking at and identifying investments that will help preserve and improve our local road infrastructure in the area. And what I'm really excited about, the former PIO and me, is that we will finally have maps that are going to help us communicate how all of these investments and modes and projects are interconnected and part of a regional transportation network. And that's everything from our 99 projects to our 59 to where UC Merced's located, to the county's Inland Port project, to the rail stations, just having a narrative in a picture so that we can communicate that more effectively with our funding partners in Sacramento and Washington. I invite you all, everyone please, to come to the MCAG booth at the fair. We will have opportunities there to take your input on investments and strategies. You can also take the community survey on our website. We will be wrapping up our public engagement at the end of the summer, and we will have a draft plan out for public review by December. This is a preliminary, and I know it's hard for the folks in the audience to see this. I did pass out handouts. This is just one start of what that program, that map might look like by the time we're done. And what you can't see probably from the audience is the legend on the right just shows all the different types of investments by mode and also popular destinations. So you can kind of see it at a glance, as well as this. And just to kind of walk through, I think the important part is the top block on the right is basically an aerial at an angle of downtown. So it starts to show some of the local infrastructure and projects around the high-speed rail, integrated rail station. And then the bottom is a really interesting take that you're basically coming up the 99-ish from Madera. So you see the Y, you see straight ahead, if you were looking to the top of the page, you have our west side communities on the left. You see how the 99 veers off to the right. So just these are the types of images and depictions that we don't have in the region to help capture all of this work that's happening. So we're really excited to hopefully have some really good graphics by the end of the year. I also wanted to talk about the Finish the 99 Coalition. So this is a really important effort. It is a collaboration with our colleagues in Madera and Tulare transportation planning agencies. We are the 3 counties in the San Joaquin Valley that still have 4-lane segments of State Route 99, with the rest having been built out per the business plan to 6 lanes. So we formed this coalition a few years ago to really make sure that the state finishes what was started in the 99 business plan and making sure that we have a safe corridor that can move goods and people throughout the entire San Joaquin Valley, and that they make sure that we have a funding strategy to address the bottlenecks, which is those 4-lane segments that come through the city of Merced and also in Atwater. For our two projects, as I mentioned in Atwater and Merced, Caltrans is currently updating the first step, which is the project initiation documents. Once those are done in June of 26, that will essentially give us cost estimates for the delivery of the projects, and it'll also help us identify what are some of the other modal strategies that we can combine with that project to make sure that with a widening or a capacity project that we're integrating as much other investments into transit and bike ped facilities as well to make the corridor comprehensive. And speaking of comprehensive corridor, Caltrans is also doing basically a part two or a fresh business plan for the 99. It's called the Comprehensive Multimodal Corridor Plan. And that's just a really long name to say they took the old business plan. They know we need to finish the corridor out to 6 lanes, but they want to make sure that those investments are compliant with state climate goals. We are 100% for it. We've all been involved in the plan, looking at managed lane strategies, truck-only lanes, those types of things, so that we can get the added capacity and the safety improvements and also try to minimize or mitigate any potential impacts to the environment. And I'm trying to go quickly because Scott said I had 7 minutes, and if you know me, that's impossible. So I'm really trying. Okay. So I also wanted to mention that when it talks about the 99 being compatible with the Caltrans Comprehensive Multimodal Corridor Plan will also make the project eligible for state funding, which is very difficult to do, particularly with the capacity project like a lane, adding a lane to a state highway. But we also are just hearing that, as you all know, I'm sure, very, very well aware that funding everywhere is just reducing and it's less. That's not different. The story is no different for transportation revenue at the state and the federal government, which will likely result in an over-reliance of our Measure program. So our Measure V, it passed in 2016 by Merced County voters. It's a 30-year half-cent sales tax. You all know this. And it requires a few things that are critical. Those revenues have to be spent on transportation needs in Merced County, and they have to be spent according to that pie, which essentially says 50%, which is the 2 shades of green, goes directly to the jurisdiction. So we issue a check to the city monthly. This body decides how those local project funding is used. And then we have the orange and yellow, that are for regional projects, and we're going to talk a little bit about that, as well as transit. So this is going to be a very, it already is an overstretched program, but as state and federal funding becomes harder to obtain, we're going to need to be really efficient in how we use our Measure funding, which is also coming in under our projections for revenue in the coming years. Okay. So if we looked at over the 8 years of the program, which is how long we've been generating revenue, we have generated over $181 million countywide in those first 8 years. So that means for the city of Merced specifically, $32 million has come directly to the city of Merced through the local funding program at the council's discretion. And then another $13.6 million has been programmed to the city's regional priority projects that you see on the screen. Those are the Highway 59 Black Rascal Bridge replacement or widening, the Highway 59 widening in that segment, and then the Mission Avenue project as well. And so if you look at this table, it was the best way that it made sense to me in my mind. So I can't say that that's probably true for many people, but it made sense up here. So let me try to walk you through it. So it shows the $32 million that has come to the city. You see the breakdown between the local and the regional funding. So if you look at the Highway 59 Black Rascal Bridge project, you see that in our Measure program today, a little over $6 million has been allocated. Because it's programmed out into future years, not all of that money is yet available to the city. So when it says available to date, that means as of this fiscal year, 1.7 million is available of that total. Of that 1.7, the city has used 342,000. Now that might be because you're all using other funding sources for project development, and you're using, often you roll these funds up for construction, so that's not of any concern. But then you can see the balance of funds, both in terms of what is available to you today, and then the remaining balance that'll essentially be available as of July 1 of this year. So that's how you read the chart going across and I'm happy to answer questions, but I'll go through maybe, and if you have questions, I can come back to this slide. Then also, the measure does provide funding for a free fare program. So it's a good segue to the bus. Year-round, we offer free fares on the bus for seniors, veterans, and ADA eligible passengers thanks to Measure V. But we also provide, we often have summer programs. For this year, we'll have free services, free fares for the month of July. We always provide free service to heating and cooling centers. So if ever the cooling centers are open over the summer, and as well as on election day. And then we also have our free shuttles that we hope everyone will use when you go visit our booth at the fair in a couple weeks. You can take a shuttle from both the Transpo or the North Transit Hub and get to the fair for free. And then lastly, in terms of our fair programs, we do have a partnership with Merced College and UC Merced that allows us to offer their students with a valid ID to ride our services fare free as well. I'm not going to go into much on the consolidation study or the zero emission, but if you'd like me to come back to that, I'm happy to. Just I want to make sure I get through all of this and not take up your entire meeting time. I do want to put in a plug for YARTS because it's just one of our favorite things, and we don't get to talk about it a lot. So for those in the audience, if you don't know about YARTS, it's our public transit service that's operated under MCAG to Yosemite National Park. We provide year-round service on Highway 140 from Merced through Mariposa to the park. It's $44 round trip. That includes your gate fee, so that is your one fee. And I say even if the gate is really busy and you have to sit in line like everybody else, at least there's a bathroom you can use. Summers, we do summer-only service on Highway 120 out of Sonora through Jamestown, Groveland. Highway 41, we recently had the city of Fresno join the JPA, and we provide service from Fresno through Oakhurst, and then also Highway 395 from Mammoth Lakes. So you could technically take a YARTS bus from here to Mammoth Lakes if you wanted to. It's a really, really long drive, and you would probably want to stay the night, but Cindy knows it's possible. We also, I think of importance for Merced is we offer connections to Greyhound, Amtrak, and Advanced Air, and we have an online reservation system that people use to make those connections and to book their trips months and months in advance. We cannot get the YART schedules out fast enough for folks who are planning their vacations. And then lastly, because I wouldn't be doing my job if I didn't, I need to mention the landfill. Wasn't on the list when I spoke with the city manager about being here, but just as a reminder, MCAG manages the landfills. We're responsible for landfilling, recycling, and composting waste in Merced County. We, of course, have our two landfill locations, of course, one outside Merced and then outside of Las Banas. Just as a good reminder, we hold free household hazardous waste collection events, so always pay attention to those. It's a great way to get rid of material that you should not be putting in the landfill. And we always take your mattresses, recyclables, asphalt, and clean concrete for free for residents or members of the community, not for businesses. Those have a fee associated with them. But I really want to mention the last thing I promised, Scott, is the battery collection program, because that is a new program for us. And I just have to say that improperly disposing of your batteries is the #1 cause of landfill fires. It's very dangerous to your waste haulers, your drivers. The city has, you have your own trucks, so that's particularly important. And those batteries get crunched by our equipment out in the landfill, and they start underground fires that often don't light until the evening, and then it's just a real mess, and it's terrible for the environment. So we have a grant that we now have battery collection boxes in city halls, in county libraries, as a way for residents to come and drop off batteries to make sure that they're being disposed of. And this also, think of things like kids' toys, and especially like right after Christmas when kids get new toys and get rid of old toys, anything that has a battery should not be going in the garbage. So please take advantage of those. If you have any questions, or if ever you're like, where do I take my batteries? Come see me at MCAG. I'll take them out to the landfill for you. How's that, Scott? Okay. That is, I can keep going, but I would say I'll stop there. Would you like me to revisit any of the slides that I went through, or do you have any other questions for me that I didn't cover?
Any questions for Stacy? All right. Looks like you're thorough enough. There's no questions from our council. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
And again, you very thorough summary of everything. And also, too, wanted to thank your team for the incredible job you guys did at the San Joaquin Valley Policy Conference hosting this year, too, bringing in electeds from all over the 8 Valley counties and doing a tremendous job really showcasing Merced. So thank you for that.
Thank you very much.
All right, thanks again, Stacey.
Okay, agenda item E2, presentation on new City of Merced website and Merced Connect app.
I've heard a few times over the years, we need to update the city website. And here is the status update on our city website.
Good evening, Council and Mayor. My name is Jeffrey Kazmierski. I'm a software analyst here at the city. I am here this evening to give you an update on the website revamp project we've been working on for a while now. We are working with Granicus as our vendor to get this done. So first, I'd like to go over a brief timeline of the project. We really started the work in January of this year, working with Granicus and all of our city departments to go through all of the web content that they have currently on the website to discover what needs to be updated, what is just completely obsolete, needs to be removed, and what can be brought over as is. After that, we began to gather insights and input from the community as to how easy it is to navigate the new structure that we have proposed for the website. We did that through online surveys, as well as speaking to individuals who attended the town hall meetings earlier this year. Currently, the phase of the project we are in, Granicus is working to update all of our web content as informed by the decisions that the departments made, as well as the input from citizens. And very shortly here, we will have access for city staff to review the changes and updates that were made by Granicus, and then furthermore go in and be able to make updates and changes of their own going forward. And then lastly, our go live date is scheduled for late July. And then as we get to that time, we will be working with Jennifer Flackman to get information out to residents and anybody who uses our website as to what changes are coming, which I will go over a little bit more right now. So to start off with, I wanted to give a little preview of the draft of our new homepage. There's a few sections here I'd like to highlight. First being our new service-based menu structure as opposed to the department-based structure we had before. We found it's just a little easier for individuals to navigate our site using that structure. Additionally, we have a new calendar section, so city events can be viewed directly from the homepage as opposed to having to go to another page for that. We have an updated news section, and then at the bottom we have a highlights section that we can use to call out selected city services and platforms. The other side, actually, so one more slide before that. We have a couple new features here, or updated features. We have a new service finder feature, which allows individuals to get onto our website and select from a number of drop downs in order to find various services that are offered by the city. Instead of having to perhaps know what department provides a particular service, they can simply select that they want to apply for, and then choose any one of the options, or any other way that we can figure that to work best for our constituents. Next, we have updated search functionality. So part of the cleanup that we have done already will help to alleviate some of the problems we've had before with old content appearing. So that should be better. Additionally, with this new popular searches feature, you can see here, we have the ability to pin certain searches which are more frequent and people tend to search for a lot, just to help them get through that process a little quicker. The other side of this project is going from .org to .gov domains for our web addresses and for our email addresses. This is in accordance with AB 1637, which mandates that public-facing websites and email addresses for governments use .gov instead of any other domain extension. We will still have the .org domain available, and any web pages or email addresses that are accessed or mail is sent to will still continue to work and will get forwarded to the appropriate location for 10 years, so out to 2035. Additionally, we're going to be looking into possibly filing a claim in order to get reimbursed for some of this work, which is part of that AB 1637. Lastly, brief example. This is an example of what our a web address or an email address may have been beforehand, and now with the .gov extension we'll have on there. And once again, .org will continue to work for at least 10 years out. That is all I have. Are there any questions?
Thank you very much for the update. Any questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, City Council and Mayor. I'm here to give an update on Merced Connect. First part of this is a public outreach. We're soon, in the coming weeks, going to go live with the new Merced Connect app. We're trying to get the word out today to residents that soon the app will be available online for you to download. We'd like you to kind of go when the app becomes available. We're going to work with Jennifer Flackman, our PIO, to get the messaging out when the app becomes available, and for any other further correspondence. Here's a promotional ad that we have. We're going to play it here.
This is Mike. He calls the city of Merced his home. Like any city, Merced has some potholes, streetlights that need to be repaired, and trees that need to be trimmed. Luckily, Merced has a solution, the Merced Connect mobile app. And thanks to Merced Connect, Mike can quickly get in touch with the right people in government to solve these issues. All Mike has to do is launch Merced Connect and submit a new request. He can mark the location of the issue and even attach a photo. Thanks to Merced Connect, Mike is working with his neighbors and the city to help build a better community. Join Mike and download the Merced Connect app today.
So just going to let you know, too, we do have these flyers. We're going to put them in the back, and we'll like to pass them out to Mayor and Council here today, if that's possible. The QR code on here points to an existing webpage that has the existing app we're using. Like I mentioned, in the coming weeks, we will update that with the newer app. Any questions?
Questions? Councilor Dupont.
One question, you will have to download the new app, or if you have the app already, how will that work?
Yes, you will have to download the new app, and we'll send some communication with our with Jennifer Flackman when that app becomes available. And we'll put some of these flyers in the back, and they'll actually lead you to the website, city website online that actually let you download a new app.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Mayor Pro Tem Boyle.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. For those that have a login username already with the current app, will they use the same information to log into the new one, or will they have to start all over?
They will have to create a new login.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Mr. McBride.
I just want to, rookie move on my part. I just want to thank Michael Machado here tonight. I know he didn't represent himself, but he's part of the IT team working on this. He's also heavily involved in Tyler. So a couple of new faces today, but these guys are really good workers for us, doing amazing things. And I want to thank you, Jeff, and everyone else on the team for coming tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you. Really appreciate all this work, you guys.
Okay, agenda item F, ceremonial matters. F1, proclamation, Emergency Medical Services Week.
Okay, thank you, Jennifer. We have 3 ceremonial items tonight. The first is our proclamation for Emergency Medical Services Week. So I think we have Battalion Chief Mickey Brunelli and other members of the fire department. If you guys want to come on down for this proclamation. Everybody, please give them a warm welcome. I missed you too. I didn't see you. The glasses. Everybody knows how important healthcare is and what an important issue and a pressing issue healthcare is, not just in our community, but all across the country and the world as well. And the opportunity, the little part the city plays primarily has to do with our fire department. So different branches of government have different ways to invest in healthcare, different things they can oversee with us and our emergency services. These guys are right on the front line providing emergency services right when people have significant issues. They're often the first ones on the scene. They're often the first ones to render care. And we've been doing a lot, both at the council level, trying to work with the fire department, trying to support a lot of their initiatives to really improve and enhance our emergency medical coverage. So turn it over to Chief, and if you want to describe some of those and just let us know some of the work that your department does when it comes to providing emergency medical services.
Thank you so much, Mayor. Really appreciate the kind words there. Yes, the City Council and the community and city staff has really made public safety a priority in our community, and for that, the fire department is very thankful. It's given us much more equipment and opportunities to really make a difference in our community. So, as you may know, January 1 this year, we implemented advanced life support, so paramedic level service. So previously it was EMTs on our fire engines. Now we have paramedics. So since then, I have a couple stats. So far this year, we've had a total of 1,430 patient contacts, 426 ALS or paramedic level contacts, 242 paramedic level interventions, and 140 medication administrations by our paramedics. Those last three stats are pretty important to me because had we not had the support of the community and our city council and our city management, we wouldn't have been able to have those contacts and make a difference in our community. So I really want to thank those folks for that support. And then most importantly, I'd like to thank our staff. Chief Bernelli. Chief Bernelli is our EMS chief, and these are two of our firefighters and an engineer that have gone to paramedic school, and it's an incredible feat to accomplish paramedic school. So I want to thank them. Our employees truly are our most important asset, so they've committed to increasing that level of service in our community. So thank you, guys.
The question is, Chief Bernelli, has he won any awards recently?
Yeah, actually, we'll put him on the spot one more time before it's all over. But through the state, the California State EMS Agency, Chief Bernelli was nominated and received an award for his leadership in EMS. So he'll actually be traveling to Southern California to receive that award in June. So we're very proud of him, and we're thankful for his leadership in our community.
Chief Wilson, congratulations. Sorry to put you on the spot and embarrass you, Mickey, but you guys do great work, and this is light. They're on the front lines of saving lives in our community, so we thank you every day for the life-saving work that you do. Whereas emergency medical services is a vital public service, and whereas the members of emergency medical services teams are ready to provide life-saving care to those in need 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and whereas access to quality emergency care dramatically improves the survival and recovery rate of those who experience sudden illness or injury, and whereas emergency medical services fills healthcare gaps by providing important out-of-hospital care, including preventative medicine, follow-up care, and access to telemedicine. And whereas the emergency medical services system consists of first responders, emergency medical technicians, paramedics, emergency medical dispatchers, firefighters, police officers, educators, administrators, pre-hospital nurses, emergency physicians, there's still a couple more too, trained members of the public, and other out-of-house hospital medical care providers. And whereas the members of emergency medical services teams, whether career or volunteer, engage in thousands of hours of specialized training and continuing education to enhance their life-saving skills. And whereas it is appropriate to recognize the value and the accomplishments of emergency medical service providers by designating the Emergency Medical Services Week. Now therefore I, Matthew Serrato, Mayor of the City of Merced, do hereby proclaim the week of May 18th through 24th, 2025 as Emergency Medical Services Week. The 51st anniversary of EMS Week is themed EMS Week, We Care for Everyone. I encourage the community to observe this week with appropriate programs, ceremonies, and activities in honor of the EMS profession and the essential service it provides. Thank you.
Okay, agenda item F2, proclamation Hepatitis B Awareness Week. And Mayor, we were informed today that unfortunately there's not going to be anybody here to accept the proclamation.
Thank you, Jennifer. So I'll read the proclamation. Whereas the month of May is designated as Hepatitis Awareness Month in the United States, and whereas Team HBV San Jose, led by a group of 18 Archbishop Mitty High School students, aim to create hepatitis B and liver cancer awareness in the community. And whereas May 18th to May 25th, 2025 is recognized as Hepatitis B Awareness Week, with May 19th designated as Hepatitis Testing Day. The week also coincides with Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month, providing an opportunity to increase awareness among city leadership and recognize a serious health threat to many in the AAPI community. And whereas hepatitis B is a serious infection of the liver that is responsible for up to 80% of liver cancer cases. 1 in 10 Asian and Pacific Islanders are chronically infected with hepatitis B, and 25% of those chronically infected will die of liver cancer or liver failure without proper monitoring or treatment. Most of those infected are not aware of their infection because there are no symptoms until it is too late. Whereas Team HBV San Jose recognizes the importance of raising awareness about hepatitis prevention, testing, and treatment. Now, therefore, I, Matthew Serrato, Mayor of the City of Merced, do hereby proclaim the week of May 18th to May 25th, 2025 as Hepatitis B Awareness Week in the City of Merced. Thank you.
Okay, agenda item F3, certificate of recognition for the Twister volleyball team for participating in the Girls Far Western National Qualifier 2025.
I think we might have to pass this for a little bit. I heard they were coming at about 7 o'clock. And about 7 o'clock, guys? Okay. Yeah, so we'll wait on that, and we'll go to written petitions and communications and public comment.
Okay, agenda item G, written petitions and communications. Mayor, the clerk's office received emails from Mickey Archuleta and Rocio Gonzalez regarding public comment, and an email from Alicia Rivera regarding agenda item K4. The emails were received by the 1 p.m. deadline. They were sent to the council and posted on the city's website. Any emails received after the 1 p.m. deadline will be sent to council. Agenda item H, public comments. Members of the public who wish to speak on any matter not listed on the agenda may speak during this portion of the meeting and will be allotted 3 minutes. The mayor may propose a further limit to the time available for all speakers as at the discretion of the city council in order to accommodate as many speakers as possible. State law prohibits the city council from acting at this meeting on any matter raised during the public comment period, and members of the public who wish to speak on any matter listed on the agenda will be called to speak during the discussion of that item. And Mayor, I currently have 6 request to speak forms.
Okay, thank you, Jennifer. 3 minutes each, and call the first group in any order you like.
Okay, if I can get the first 3 speakers to the podium to my left, Brian Aviching, Cindy Kelly, and Pam Joseph.
Good evening, Brian.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. My name is Brian Bain. I am a Director of Facilities for Merced City School District, and I'm here tonight to address the item I3 on your consent calendar. It's for pedestrian.
If I could, if it's on the calendar, this is just for non-agendized items.
Oh. I'm sorry, is that? Oh, okay. I thought she called me right now to come speak. So.
There's a second Brian.
Oh, just similar last name. I'm sorry. I'll come back. Different Brian.
So Brian, it'll be at the time when we call it on consent.
Off guard. That's what she called me up there. Usually not some of the names that close to mine. So.
Yeah, well, it's a tough name to pronounce.
Mine is as well.
All right, good evening, sir.
Yes. Good evening. Good evening. Good evening to the members of the Merced City Council and the mayor. My name is Brian Arechiga. I'm an animal lover. I live here in Merced. I'm here to address an important issue regarding our policy on cats. This policy is really not working. Excuse me, I don't usually speak in public too much, but this is really important to me. While cats are beloved companions to many, there is an impact on our local wildlife. We cannot be ignored any longer. Studies have shown that free-roaming cats pose significant danger to birds and other small animals, baby squirrels, baby ducks, possums, etc. Additionally, these cats can be carriers of disease that not only affect their health, but pose risks to humans, such as Toxomicropolis or cat scratch fever, as well as fleas. Now, this is a serious thing. This toxoplasmosis has been linked to schizophrenia. It's crucial for us to implement responsible cat control measures to protect our ecosystem and ensure the health and safety of our community. The free-roaming cat policy we have now is leading apartment building manager, mobile home managers, and some private citizens to make terrible choices. We have been forced to deal with abandoned and feral cats on our own. The county animal shelter will not accept trapped cats. So some desperate people are quietly killing cats illegally. There doesn't seem to be any other choice. Cat overpopulation in Merced is a real big problem. TNR, trap, neuter, release, is a start. It could be paid for from licensing fees, but ultimately, I would like for us to treat cats the same way we treat dogs, with licenses and some type of confinement to keep cats in the owner's yard. Please read the Audubon Society article I provided. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, I'm having dead birds a lot, and so it's upsetting. You know, they fly all the way from South America or Mexico to just be killed in my yard. So it's time for it to stop. I have some flyers here somewhere. You have them? I get, yeah, okay, yeah. So you can read the article, I'd appreciate it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I don't know who makes the policy. Do you know who makes the policy for cats? Cat control in this city? Is there a policy? It's just, you know?
The time's up, sir. There's no, this is open comment, so this is
Okay.
a public comment.
All right.
We can't, unfortunately, we're not allowed to kind of go engage in a back and
All right,
forth. So
thank you.
yeah, but we can follow up for sure.
I know there's a lot of cats up.
Well, I guess it's perfect timing for me. Good evening, Mayor, City Council, City Manager McBride, and City Attorney Cornwell. Cindy Kelly with Merced SPCA, and completely heard what the gentleman said. We do have a problem with strays in this community. TNR does work, but TNR is kind of like a Band-Aid. So I'm here to actually bring some good news, and we're hoping to continue forward with our spay and neuter program for pets, because we know that 95% of our, 90 to 93% actually of our stray problem is by unneutered pets. So we did offer the spay and neuter program. We started it in January. We opened it up to dogs and puppies as well. And we were able to spay and neuter so far 300 of Merced's pets. To kind of put that into perspective, when you use an average, because dogs typically cost a lot more to spay or neuter than cats do, about $250 per pet, we've spent about $75,000 in grant funds to get this done for the citizens of Merced. We're hoping within, we can continue to offer these as we get grants in, and we're hoping within 5 years we're going to start seeing a significant decrease and the strays on our street. And yes, they do, especially with strays. We're talking strays, not community cats. There's a difference. Community cats are fixed. They are vaccinated. They don't carry the diseases that strays do. And they tend to live in a small area, and they are fed. So they are not out there hunting actively most of the time because they are fed every single day. But the strays can be a bit of a problem. So what I'd like to talk about after that was we have our annual yard sale coming up. This is our biggest fundraiser of the year. It is going to be on Saturday, June 7th from 8 to 4 at Summit Church at 500 Buena Vista Drive. And this year we're doing something kind of cool because we have so much stuff. Everything is under $10. So I guarantee you there's some really quirky stuff in the pile, you know, some awesome stuff out there that I don't know that I would use, but maybe it's somebody's niche. But come on out. You know, again, this supports our TNR programs. This supports our fostering programs. This supports our transport and rescue programs. So this is the biggest fundraiser the Merced SPCA has every year. And we're calling for donations through June 4th. After June 4th, it'll give us time to sort and box everything. But we hope to see everybody out there. And if you want to come out and volunteer for that day, we'll also feed you breakfast and lunch. And just contact us at merceds.spca@yahoo.com if you have anything that you want to donate to the yard sale. Thank you.
Thank you, Cindy. Looking forward to the yard sale.
Good evening. My name is Pam Joseph. I relocated here from the Bay Area in 2020. I'm concerned as a homeowner that there's not a lot of things here to do. In the Bay Area, we have free concerts. They have monthly, once a year, where they have a whole city-wide yard sale. They have free events, concerts. We have a mall. Our mall has been being remodeled since I moved here, but nothing has changed, and I'm just concerned, and I need to know where should I be going and who should I be speaking to. Those are my concerns.
Okay. Thank you, Pam.
Okay, can I get the next three speakers? Gloria Valdovinos, Youth United, and Cindy Rose.
Go ahead, Gloria.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Gloria Valdovinos, and I am honored to be here today to introduce myself as the new Executive Director to the Downtown Merced Property Owners Association. So again, in a very timely manner, the job that I will be doing will include leading both the downtown property-based improvement district as well as the hotel's tourism business improvement district. That means that I will be working on with the community to bring events to downtown Merced. I will be working with the community to bring awareness to things that are already happening in downtown. We'll be creating a website as well as social media just to kind of give a better sense of what is happening in downtown Merced, and just trying to collaborate with community members to bring more things like events in downtown. So really awesome timing on that. I come with a background of downtown revitalization and community engagement, previously having done similar work in downtown Fresno. Across the country, PBIDs are designed to complement and enhance the work that cities are already doing. So I'm really excited to bring that spirit of collaboration to downtown Merced and to the council members and with the mayor. I've spent the last 2 weeks meeting and introducing with different community members. My goal is to really understand the community of Merced before I really start doing any work. I don't want to come in and assume that I know what you guys need as a city or as a downtown Merced might need. I really want to go ahead and take the opportunity to meet with everybody. Same thing with council members. My goal is to meet with each one of you one-on-one and really kind of get a vision, get an idea of what your vision is, so I can better assist the city of Merced and the downtown Merced. I'm open to speaking to anybody. I'm kind of in a learning phase, so if you are part of an organization or you are part of a nonprofit that does work in Merced or in downtown Merced, you're welcome to send me an email at gloria@downtownmerced.org. I'm really in the learning phase, and like I said, I'm not really making any big decisions until I feel like I've been kind of within the community and find out what your needs are. So thank you so much. I look forward to the collaboration.
Thank you, Gloria. So do we welcome, and everybody's excited to have you so far, and we're looking forward to a lot of good work together. Thank you.
Good evening, council members, Mayor Serrato. My name is Julissa Rivas, and I'm a program coordinator at the Merced Youth Leadership Institute office. Our young people are going to speak on a topic today related to the budget. Our young people really do want to participate in this discussion, but it is a school night, and some of them have a curfew, so we really appreciate you giving them the opportunity to speak now. In the interest of ensuring their voices are heard and included in the conversation, we kindly ask for your consideration to address this matter now. Thank you for your understanding and support.
We can't take items, these are for non-agendized items only, so if it's budget related, it has to go at the time for budget. However, if you kind of phrase it a little differently, just as general things you want to see, requests, then it would be appropriate.
We could say something like that, yeah.
You just got to kind of just phrase it properly, and I think you'll be good.
All right, definitely. Our young people would like to come up and have a conversation about something that they've been noticing in the community. Thank you.
Perfect.
Good evening. My name is Minnie Prado, and I am a youth participant of Youth United, a program of Merced Youth Leadership Institute. Over the past few weeks, Youth United participated in focus groups with the consultants working with Merced Parks and Recreation. We shared how current park conditions stop our peers from going to local parks and suggested how they can best engage young people. We also have been sharing their community feedback survey with our family and friends and on social media. Youth United is excited to see the Merced Parks Master Plan come to life, and we will continue to support the data gathering process as best as we can.
Hi, my name is Ariana Smith, and I am also part of Youth United at Merced YLI. We are here in front of you today to ask you to invest in park fitness equipment at Applegate Park so that the entire Merced community can benefit from this budget cycle. We found an estimate of what it would cost to install a 25-piece fitness equipment set through Greenfield's Outdoor Fitness Equipment with a shade structure. This is a chance for the City of Merced to include exercise equipment in future park planning to improve all parks in the city. We ask you to think of how the whole family could benefit from having a park fitness equipment in the community and hope that you consider it in your next city budget.
All right, thank you, ladies. Appreciate you being here. Please, as I know you already have, follow up with our Director of Parks and Community Services, Mr. Jensen, back there, and work through the Parks and Open Space Master Plan process. All right, Cindy Rose.
Hi, Mayor and Council. I've been working closely with New Beginnings, Sharon Lohman. She's the founder and president of the New Beginnings for Merced County Animals. And they also work closely with Wings of Rescue, and these are the flights that take the animals to safety or to other states. So just to let everybody know, tomorrow, there will be 119 cats going out on that flight, 68 dogs, and on Thursday, there'll be 66 dogs, 61 cats, and 2 guinea pigs. So altogether, there'll be 306 animals in 1 week, and there's never had to be over 300 animals needing help in 1 week. So there are still animals getting euthanized after that. So we're just trying to have the community help in different ways. One of the ways, we're also providing first quarter vaccinations. We're in Winton, and after 450 animals, they ran out of the vaccinations. This quarter, which would be June 1st, the vaccinations will be in Livingston, and they have enough for 475 animals. So also, there were 3 dogs that were shot a couple months ago. 2 of them got on the flight, the March 1st flight for Wings of Rescue, and the other one got locally adopted. So just trying to do what can be done. But any help for the community would be great. And also, if you want to donate to our website, you can donate through Venmo or PayPal at New Beginnings in Merced County. So appreciate your time.
Thank you, Cindy. Any other speakers, Jennifer?
That's all we have, Mayor.
All right, I think we can take up F3, the Twister volleyball team recognition at this time. All right, so we'll return to F3. We'll invite all members of the Twister volleyball team to come on up and come up and take a bow. All right, this team recently played in the girls' Far Western National Qualifier in Reno, Nevada, and finished first place in their division. And Coach, if I read the scores right and looking at them, it wasn't really even close. There was a lot of, there's a 25-3 win, a 25-10, 25-14, and didn't lose one set the whole time. So really cool. And from what I've been told too, not just a group that excels at sports, but also a group that's building a lot of character and really learning to be great people and work together through sports. And you can see it just right here, how they all are together with their arms around each other and really coming together. So Coach, give you a chance to say a few words. And
I'll always take that. Thank you. My name's Ken Cooper. I'm proud to be the coach of these girls. We went to Reno and competed against all players from all different places, different states. We took all of them on. We ended up facing a team the second day. We played 3 days in a row. We faced the team the second day, and they gave us a challenge. We beat them, but the next day, they worked their way back up, and their coach told me, oh, this is a redemption match for them. I told my girls what he meant was it was a revenge match for them. We proceeded to play like we never played before, yes? And we took care of business, and we're super proud of them. Parents, we're super proud of you. Our club has about 250 kids in it, and one thing that we are offering through Merced City School District for any student that's 2nd through 7th grade is free volleyball for 1 month at their summer school program. So if you're a Merced City School District student, that's something that your children can get involved in. That's for boys and for girls. So we appreciate the time, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Coach.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have a few city certificates for your team, if you don't mind. You want to help me out here? Oh, I got it. Oh. No particular order, so I'll announce it. First is Anella Howley. There you go. Nicolette Clare. Morgan Wilson. Jocelyn Zaragoza. Kiara Payne. Bianca Mendez. Sitlali Sanchez. Eliana Alkuri. I say that okay? Catherine Hansen. Ariana Garibay. Nimrith Kang. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Listen to Jennifer. And if any parents want to come up or anybody else, you got about. All right. Okay, last call. Anybody else? Thank you. Congratulations, ladies. Go.
Okay, agenda item I, consent calendar.
All right, I'll give everybody a chance to clear out. If now is, if you do not want to stay for the exciting consent calendar, now would be the best time to go. But of course, you're welcome to stay. This is a public meeting. We encourage all citizen engagement. We'd love to have everybody stay. Watch local government in action. All right, just a note too, as you can see, a couple of our council members unexpectedly are absent today. So we only have 4 of us. Any item, generally speaking, any item in order to pass requires 4 votes. But our city attorney wanted to note one thing as well. If you want to explain it, Craig, if say, for example, there's a 2-2 or a 3-1 vote, what's the consequence of that? Does the item fail, or does it just come back for later for additional consideration?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The items are required to have 4 affirmative votes. If there's a failure to get the 4 votes, there would be an ability to bring the item back at a future meeting. But that would be at the city manager's, discretion to propose it again.
Okay. So if hypothetically speaking, if an item fails, either with it's not affirmatively voted down, it simply fails to get the 4 votes needed, then it's the city manager's discretion to bring it back at a future date if necessary.
Yes.
Okay. And then we have several 5-vote items tonight as well under our action items. I believe there's a couple of 5-vote items. When we only have 4, then what should be our best course with that?
It's those items, it's the same as if they weren't on the agenda. We can't consider them.
Essentially, we don't have quorum for the 5-vote items.
Correct. I like that.
All right, so we'll start with consent. Any members of the council wish to have any items on the consent agenda pulled for separate consideration?
I would pull I4.
Okay, 4, that's the upgrading or outfitting the 10 police patrol units. Mr. Bain, I see him up there. I believe he wanted to be heard on item I3. Jennifer, are there any other requests from the public to have items pulled for separate consideration?
That's the only one we received, Mayor.
All right. So we'll pull items 3 and 4. Is there any discussion or a motion with respect to the remaining items?
Motion.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Boyle and a second by Councilmember DuPont. The motion will include agenda item I6, the adoption of resolution 2025-24, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Merced, California, approving the final subdivision map for the crossing at River Oaks Phase 7 subdivision number 5425. Mayor and council, please cast your votes. Okay, the motion passes unanimously.
All right, to I3, Mr. Bain. Not sure I thought your name sounded like the other guy's name.
I tell you, wouldn't be the first time my last name got butchered. So I appreciate the patience with me and the opportunity to come back up here. So once again, good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. My name is Brian Bain. I am Director of Facilities for Merced City School District, and I'm here to discuss item I3, pedestrian pathway improvements near Don Stowe Elementary School. I just want to thank you guys on behalf of the school district, the students, staff, families, and neighbors of that school site. This project may be small by city standards, but it will make an immense difference in the lives of the residents in that area. So thank you so much. Commend your leadership on this, and thank you guys for considering it and making it come to fruition. So thank you.
Thank you, sir. I know I enthusiastically support this for the reasons you state. Jennifer, anyone else from the public?
That's all we have, Mayor.
All right. Comments, discussion, or a motion?
Motion.
Second. Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember DuPont and a second by Mayor Pro Tem Boyle. Mayor and council, please cast your votes. Okay, the motion passes unanimously.
All right, to I4, Councilmember Zhang, your request to pull this item?
Just for a second, separate consideration.
All right, any questions on this? All right, Chief, you want to have an opportunity to?
I can start. My partner Cosmo's over there from Public Works. These are for vehicles we've already purchased. These vehicles, I think half of them are here, or at least 4 of them are here that I know of. We felt we could do better with going out to a new bidding process and looking. We were using another vendor, and we thought we could do better. So we met with 3 vendors. We did some displays at the police department, and we had some samples of product, and we did find a vendor that can come in under budget. This is a budgeted item. We budgeted for this in this year's contract to buy 10 police vehicles, which we needed, and the upfitting, if I'm using the right terms, Cosmo. And he actually championed this project. We just sat by and watched our partners at Public Works really work hard at trying to find us a better deal on upfitting. The benefit of this is these vehicles are here. They're promising a faster turnaround time. They're going to warranty their work. They're going to build put the light bars on them and the cages in them. Basically, we have police cars right now we cannot use until this is done. So this is an under budget item. We budgeted more money than what the quote is here because we ended up getting a better deal than what we wanted.
How much did we budget initially, Chief?
It was over 1 million, I think. Including the vehicles and the equipment that was needed.
Okay. And this item upgrades or outfits essentially 10 vehicles and takes them from, essentially, putting it simply, from ordinary cars and turns them into police cars.
Yeah, they've come to us already painted black and white, and they already have the basic police packages in them. A lot of it's pre-wired harnesses for light bars. They're not really functional for a normal Ford Explorer. They're outfitted to be police cars, and so they just need the equipment to get put on them.
Okay. Why is this important?
What's that?
Why is this important?
Well, we can't use these cars until we outfit them. They're going to sit on the lot, and they're not going to be able to be used. There's no cages in the back. There's no security reinforcement in the doors. There's no lights on top of them. They're just cars right now, but until we outfit them, they're not going to be able to be used in the manner in which we purchase them for, which is police cars.
Okay, this turns them into workable police cars.
Correct.
Yep. And
Anything to add?
basically the turnaround time for our staff, we have police shop on 59, that we have 2 mechanics out there working on daily projects and services and repairs. To outfit 10 vehicles would take an extended amount of time. And so to get these cars in and back into service to, the police staff is short on vehicles, to have that turnaround is beneficial.
Mr. Mayor, I want to remind everyone too, the importance of this on our side is we put a lot of miles on these cars. Some of these cars do not turn off. A day shift officer will drive them for 12 hours. They will come in and they will exchange keys with the graveyard officer, and they will drive that car all night long, and they go nonstop. We put a lot of miles and we put a lot of time into the engines. These cars are under warranty. The warranty is not doing me any good as they're sitting on the lot being non-utilized. The faster we turn around this system, and if there's any issues with the cars, we would know. I've seen police agencies buy cars, put them at a courtyard waiting to put them in service, and by the time they go into service, they find out they have a lemon and the car's out of warranty. That is not a situation I want us to be in. I want to get these cars in service, and if there's problems while they're under warranty, I want to get them fixed at somebody else's expense.
Okay. Councilmember DuPont.
Yeah, Chief, is this the last step that we need to do before we can get these cars on the streets?
Yes.
Yes, these cars will come, and Cosmo, I'm sorry if I'm speaking for you, but they will come back from Dana Supply, which is our vendor that we've selected, ready to hit the streets.
Yep.
Thank you.
All right, additional questions, comments? Chief, anything else? Cosmo, anything to add? Okay. Is there a motion?
Move to approve.
Second. Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember Dupont and a second by Mayor Pro Tem Boyle. Mayor and council, please cast your votes. Okay, and the motion fails with Councilmember Zhang voting no.
Takes us through consent. And Craig has stated earlier, if in city manager's discretion, that item can be brought back at a future date. Is that correct?
That is correct. It's like staff can propose the item again.
Okay. All right, to our public hearings.
Okay, agenda item J, public hearings. J1, public hearing, general plan amendment number 25-0001 and zone change number 25-0002, initiated by Stonefield Home, Inc., applicant on behalf of TRS Enterprises, Inc., property owner. The general plan amendment would change the general plan land use designation from neighborhood commercial to low-density residential, and the zone change would change the zoning designation from neighborhood commercial to low-density residential for an approximate 5-acre portion of a larger site. This request would allow the development of 27 single-family lots previously approved for this site by tentative subdivision map number 1263, crossing at River Oaks. The subject site is generally located on the south side of East Childs Avenue, approximately 780 feet east of the intersection of East Childs Avenue and Coffee Street.
Thank you, Jen.
Thank you, Jen. Good evening, good evening, council, mayor, members of the audience. Francisco Mendoza, acting principal planner. Staff is essentially recommending that council continue this item to the city council meeting of July 21st. That will allow staff to conduct the additional research. Staff has been in contact with the applicant. They are okay with continuing this item to the second meeting of July. This doesn't delay their development and doesn't prevent the project from moving forward. So I'm available for any questions you may have.
Okay, questions? All right, the request is to continue it to the second meeting in July, which is July 21st.
Correct.
Jennifer, do we have any requests to speak from the public?
We don't, Mayor.
I think best course, open the public hearing, close it, and then continue it.
Open the public hearing for a motion to continue.
Got it. Okay. We'll open the public hearing. Councilmember Jean, any questions?
Just a quick question here. Is there any, considering that earlier today, there was a comment on public input, do we typically solicit community input on this, specifically around the neighborhood? Especially since this changes the zoning designation from neighborhood commercial to low-density residential. Do we reach out to the folks that live there and see if that's something that they would like to see as well?
Yes, council member, that is a very good question. So for general plan amendments and zone changes, we actually do send out public hearing notices to all property owners within 300 feet of site. We also publish the item on the agenda. I mean, on the county newspaper. There's two steps for doing a zone change and a general plan amendment. The first is going before the Planning Commission, and there's a public hearing notice for that stage, and the second stage is bringing it before you guys. So there's actually two public hearing notices that get published in the newspaper and that get sent out to neighboring property owners.
I meant more of like a general survey of the residents living in the area.
No, that's not required by state law. In this case, I wasn't going to provide too much information about the project, but this is more of a cleanup item. The project has actually already been approved. It was approved 20-something years ago. There was a little bit of oversight with the zone change and the general plan amendment. It wasn't done quite properly, but the project was approved, like as I mentioned, 20-something years ago, and it has advanced. And so staff essentially trying to go back and clean up the item and do it in a public, transparent process to make sure that the zone change and the general plan amendment is done properly.
Okay, thank you.
All right, anyone else? I will open the public hearing at this time and then entertain a motion to continue the public hearing until July the 21st. Is there such a motion?
Motion to continue the public hearing to July 21st, 2025.
Is there a second?
Second. Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember Dupont and a second by Mayor Pro Tem Boyle. Mayor and council, please cast your votes. Mayor? Thank you. And the motion passes unanimously. Okay, agenda item J2, public hearing to consider the annexation of certain property into Community Facilities District CFD number 2003-2 services, calling and holding a special election for each annexation number 28 and annexation number 29 into CFD number 2003-2, canvassing the results of the elections held within annexations number 28 and number 29 of said district, and annexing annexations number 28 and 29 to said district, and authorizing the levy of a special tax within said annexations 28 and 29. Annexation number 28 consists of approximately 4.59 acres of land generally located at the northeast corner of Yosemite Avenue and El Redondo Drive. Annexation number 29 consists of approximately 14.02 acres of land generally located on the northwest corner of El Redondo Drive and Petnati Road. That's it.
Sure, anything else you want to add?
That is all, Mayor.
All right, Francisco.
All right, we'll let Jen take a break. So this next item, this next public hearing item is a community facility district annexation for annexation 28 and 29. This probably looks familiar. It's a two-step process. It went before the city council the first meeting in May, and it went before the city council first meeting in May to set the public hearing to today, and also to approve a couple of agreements from each property owner. So as I mentioned, on May 2nd, when the council first looked at this, Community Facility Districts program was first initiated and formed by the city back in 2003. And it covers several services and maintenance for new development. It essentially helps new development pay for itself and any gap in funding. And so some examples of services that it pays for things like police service, fire service, and it also pays for, in terms of maintenance, things like any parks, open space, landscaping, and any storm drain systems that would be located within a project site. So annexation 28 is shown here at the slide. Annexation 28 is located in Northwest Merced. It's a portion of the area outlined in blue. To give you some context, it's located at the northeast corner of El Redondo Drive and Yosemite Avenue. So annexation 28 is not the entire portion of the vacant land, it's just the portion shown on the bottom left. So it would be the southwest corner of the vacant area. And so in total, there would be 4.5 acres dedicated to annexation 28. The remainder 12 acres would be designated for future annexation. So annexation 28 consists of 3 parcels, 3 projects that have already been approved. The project on the left is a gas station. The project on the middle is a quick service restaurant with a retail suite. And then the project to the right or to the east is a car wash. And then at the bottom essentially shows the amount that would be required annually, contribution through property taxes for each project. So annually they would be contributing $519 for every 1,000 square feet that's built out of commercial space, and that gets adjusted annually. Annexation 29 is located in pretty close proximity to the last project, also on El Redondo Drive, probably about a mile north. It's located at the northwest corner of El Redondo Drive and West Petnati. So the area in yellow, shown at the top, 6 acres, that would be a future annexation designation, and that's for a separate small lot subdivision project that has already been approved. And then annexation 29 would be the area outlined in green, approximately 14 acres. And they would build 111 lots. And then on the left, it shows the rate that each parcel would be paying. So a little over $1,200 for each single family home paid for annually. So just to kind of go over the process that this project has gone through. So the city works with a tax consultant that conducts the rate and method of apportionment. And what that is essentially a dollar amount. They use formulas to determine how much financing is going to be needed to pay for specific things that are included in the project. So that includes things like any landscaping, any block walls, street lights, and so forth. So they come up with a dollar amount that's tailor-made to the specific project so that it's not underfunded. And as I mentioned earlier, in terms of the process, on the earlier in May, the City Council voted to approve an agreement and a petition, and also to set today as a public hearing. The petition essentially waived the developer's right to have 30 days between the first meeting and the second meeting, and that helps expedite the review process. The city's legal consultant mailed out the ballots to the property owners, and essentially notifying them that the public hearing would be held here today. If there's no majority protest, then the election will be held tonight. If the proposition passes by 2/3 vote by qualified voters or landowners, then the property is annexed into the CFD and taxes are levied into the development. So that concludes the presentation. We usually do this about 1 to 2 times a year, and there's a script that needs to be followed. And so this is the beginning of it. This shows step number 2 is where the mayor would start off, and then I'll just kind of go through the slides all the way up to, I believe, step number 11 or step number 12.
Okay, thank you. Any questions before we begin? All right, this is the time and place for the public hearings for the proposed annexations number 28 and 29 to the Community Facility District number 2003-2 services of the City of Merced, the CFD, including the proposed levy of special taxes, the designation of future annexation areas, and all other matters discussed in the resolution of intention adopted on May 5th, 2025. We will receive comments and questions and any oral protests from any interested persons first for annexation number 28 and then for annexation number 29. When all comments have been received, the hearings will be closed. Jennifer.
Notice of the public hearing was given, and the affidavit attesting to publication of such notice are on file in the city clerk's office.
Okay, thank you, Jennifer. We'll open the public hearing at this time for annexation number 28. Jennifer, are there any requests to speak from the public?
We did not receive any, Mayor.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, now is the opportunity to be heard on annexation number 28. If anybody would like to be heard at this time, now is the time. Okay, seeing no takers, we will close the public hearing. The public hearing for annexation number 28 is hereby closed. We will proceed with a public hearing for annexation number 29. Okay, we'll now open the public hearing for annexation number 29. Now is the time for oral protests or comments by the public. Jennifer, have we received any requests to speak from the public?
We did not, Mayor.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, now is the time to lodge any oral protests or to make any general comments on annexation number 29 as described earlier. Okay, again, seeing no comments, we will now, close the public hearing for annexation number 29. The public hearing for annexation number 29 is hereby closed. There being no majority protests for either annexation, we may proceed with the item. Okay, again, at this time, are there any questions, comments, discussion by members of the City Council? All right, again, seeing none, we'll proceed. Okay, since there's no majority protest, the council can now consider the following resolutions: Resolution 2025-25 and 2025-26. 25 relates to annexation number 28, and 26 relates to annexation number 29. All right, any discussion, additional discussion, questions, or a motion with respect to those two resolutions?
Move to adopt Resolution 2025-25 and Resolution 2025-26.
All right, a motion from Councilmember DuPont with respect to both Resolution 25 and 26. Is there a second?
Second. Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember DuPont and a second by Mayor Pro Tem Boyle. The motion will include the adoption of Resolution 2025-25, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Merced acting as the legislative body of the Community Facilities District Number 2003-2 of the City of Merced, determining the validity of prior proceedings, calling special election related to annexation number 28, and approving future annexation area, and the adoption of Resolution 2025-26, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Merced acting as the legislative body of the Community Facilities District Number 2003-2 of the City of Merced, determining the validity of prior proceedings, calling special election related to annexation number 29, and approving future annexation area. Mayor and council, please cast your votes. And the motion passes unanimously.
All right, now's the time for the elections. At this time, I ask the city clerk to open the ballots for each annexation election and after tabulation to announce the results of such elections. All right, election night. I don't see the Sun Star here. Anytime, CNN.
Okay, I believe I'm going to be opening up for 2020 or 28 first.
All right, election
So
for.
I have 3 ballots. I have a yes.
It's pretty dramatic.
It's no pressure. Okay, I have a unanimous vote of yes for all 3 ballots.
For 29 as well.
That was for 28.
Okay.
Now for 29. Do you want to do them separately or just do them all together like this? Okay. And then so for annexation number 29, we only have 1 ballot, it looks like. I take that back. We have quite a few. Oh, there's just notes. So I do have a yes for the ballot for annexation number 29. There you go. It's coming. Yeah, sorry. There you go.
The results of each election being unanimously in favor of the proposition, we may now proceed with further action for the CFD. All right, now before us appears to be 4 additional resolutions. Resolution 2025-27, -28, -29, and -30. These are for canvassing the results of the election that you just heard the results of, and then also for annexing each of those properties as described above into their respective community facilities district. Okay, additional questions, comments, discussion, or a motion with regards to 2025-27 through 30. And Craig, are they okay if we take them all together, or is it better to split them up?
Together is fine.
Okay. All right, discussion or a motion?
Move to adopt Resolution 2025-27, Resolution 2025-28, Resolution 2025-29, and Resolution 2025-30.
Okay. Thank you, Councilmember DuPont. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Mayor Pro Tem Boyle.
Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember DuPont and a second by Mayor Pro Tem Boyle. The motion will include the adoption of Resolution 2025-27, A resolution of the City Council of the City of Merced acting as a legislative body of the Community Facilities District Number 2003-2 of the City of Merced, canvassing the results of the election held within Annexation Number 28 of said district. The adoption of Resolution 2025-28, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Merced acting as a legislative body of the Community Facilities District Number 2003-2 of the City of Merced, annexing Annexation Number 28 to said district and authorizing the levy of a special tax within said Annexation Number 28. The adoption of Resolution 2025-29, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Merced acting as the legislative body of the Community Facilities District Number 2003-2 of the City of Merced, canvassing the results of the election held within Annexation Number 29 of said district. And the adoption of Resolution 2025-30, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Merced acting as the legislative body of the Community Facilities District Number 2003-2 of the City of Merced, annexing Annexation Number 29 to said district and authorizing the levy of a special tax within said Annexation Number 29. Mayor and council, please cast your votes. And the motion passes unanimously.
Okay, thank you, Jennifer.
Okay, agenda item K, action items. K1, adoption of a resolution approving final map. Oh, sorry. What am I doing?
Yeah.
Going back to the podium? Oh, okay. Or on this one, okay. Adoption of a resolution approving final map number 5413 for Royal Wood Estates Phase 1 subdivision for 57 single-family lots generally located at the northwest corner of Pitnati Road and El Redondo Drive, and the approval of a subdivision agreement for the Royal Woods Estates Phase 1 subdivision.
Okay, thank you, Jennifer. Mr. McBride.
Mayor, I just wanted to bring up a point here. Ordinarily, this would be on consent. Final maps really don't have a lot of discretion by the council. They're vetted through the planning commission. If there's health and safety issues, they don't really even make their way to the city council. The reason why this is in this section of your agenda, not earlier, is the fact that we require that the CFD be formed before the final map is approved and recorded. So that's why it had to be placed at this section of your agenda for tonight.
Makes sense. Okay. All right, Francisco?
That essentially summarizes everything, but just to supplement what City Manager McBride said, the final map is for Phase 1 of the subdivision, so Royal Woods Estate, so it's not the entire map, so it would be for 57 out of the 111 lots.
Okay. So 57 single-family lots, and this was with respect to the property at Petinati and El Redondo that we discussed.
Correct.
Earlier. All right. Any questions? Anything from the public, Jennifer?
We don't have anything, Mayor.
All right, back to council for questions, comments, discussion. Motion.
Motion to approve.
Second.
I have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Boyle and a second by Councilmember DuPont. The motion will include the adoption of Resolution 2025-31, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Merced, California, approving the final subdivision map for the Royal Wood Estates Phase 1 subdivision number 5413. Mayor and council, please cast your votes. Okay, the motion passes unanimously.
Okay, thank you, Jennifer. Thank you, council. Thank you for getting us through a lot of very detailed, to say the least, items efficiently. We appreciate you as always, Francisco.
Thank you. Thanks, Jen.
All right, Jennifer, looks like K2, 3, 4, and 5 are all 5-vote items.
That's correct.
So turning to our city manager, city attorney, what's the plan for those 4 items?
Mayor, we'll plan to add those to your next agenda. Yeah.
Thank you. All right, takes to K6.
Okay, agenda item K6, review and discussion regarding the City of Merced fiscal year 25-26 budget.
Thank you, Jennifer. Yep. Good evening, Venus.
Are you going to start? Okay. Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. Tonight, I'll be presenting to you the proposed city manager budget for fiscal year 25-26. So this is the first of 3 meetings, but we'll bring budget to you over the next few weeks until it's hopefully final adoption on in the second meeting of June for our July 1st fiscal year start date. So we'll cover tonight a little bit of city budget overview just in general. We'll have some specific details on the general fund, a little bit on Measure C and Measure Y, and then we'll have some discussions about other departments and what we're proposing there. And then finishing up is really, there's a lot of items that will be carrying over to the new budget from either this budget or from prior year budgets. And so we'll talk a little bit about those items that we'll be finishing up and we'll be putting into place. And then we'll discuss some options and of course, council can have discussion on the budget as well as any community input. So just to start, what is included or not included in the budget proposed for next year. Of course, last year we were in the labor negotiation process. So last year's budget did not have labor increases when we first started. Those came more during the mid-year process. But in this year, we do know that most increases across the board will be a 4% increase to base salaries for all labor groups. Maintenance, supplies, and services. When we started the budget process, we allowed discretionary funded departments to increase their maintenance, supplies, and services by 2%. But by the time we got to the end of budget, and we know we had some, you're going to hear that we have some challenges in balancing the budget, we ended up reducing a lot of that increase that we allowed and then actually getting it back to either less than what they had or 0% increase. Some of the bigger maintenance and one-time costs, which you're going to see that there is not a lot. It's a lot of deferred maintenance. It's not a lot of big new things in this budget. It really does maintain a status quo type of a budget for mostly for operating costs. But if we do have some in there, there's a little bit being proposed to be used from the general fund, Measure Y, Measure C, and a little bit in the CFD. Parks and Community Services continues to be an ongoing challenge just because of we're still continuing to see reductions in cannabis, and we'll talk about that a little bit more in some detail. PC and fleet replacements. So in the general fund, we're continuing to not include that, and we haven't for several years since the downturn. Trying to get that back in there has been a challenge, and so they tend to either budget for it as one-time costs in each year, or they try to use some savings if they can find it in their budget towards the end of a year. And if they need new computers or new vehicles, they try to use it in that way. We did include PC and fleet replacement in your enterprise funds, and then there are some special revenue funds that can absorb that cost. Not all of them, but it is in some of them. And what is not included in this year's budget is community funding or arts funding. So next year's budget is proposed to be a total of $438.5 million. Of that, the general fund is $68.4 million. Your enterprise funds, which are your water, sewer, refuse type funds, that is $198.4 million. Internal service funds are $53.5 million. And I added this new piece of the pie this year, which is your measure funds. So this is your Measure C, Measure Y, Measure V funding. It's $20.8 million. And then any other operating funds. So these are all your other special revenue, CFDs, Measure C, sorry, not Measure C, obviously. CFDs, housing funds, grant funds, those kinds of things. It's $97.4 million. So I'm always talking about what are the citywide largest cost drivers. I talk about it in the forecast. I talk about it every year at budget. And the three, these are really the four that continue to be the highest cost drivers throughout the city, citywide. Every department is seeing increases in these. And so it's the general liability. In the last year, that went up $1 million. So that's 346% increase over the last 5 to 7 years. We see huge increases in workers' comp. So as you can see, in 1 year, that increased $1.5 million. vehicle O&M because we're continuing to purchase vehicles, cost of gas, cost of maintaining. That is an increase of $500,000 from last year. And then CalPERS, of course, is continuing to increase every year, and that's about a $2 million increase from last year to this year. So we'll talk a little more detail about what these positions are in future slides, but just in general, what we're proposing for staffing for next year. And so I wanted to show that in fiscal year 24-25, we're starting with 559 positions. I have a subtotal here to show that these are positions that impact the general fund in some way. And so the subtotal of adding 6, deleting 10, you're getting a net decrease of 4 that would impact the general fund. And then where you're seeing some increases, which make in total a positive 1 position citywide, is really in your streets and enterprise funding. And so you have a proposed staffing number of 560. But of that 560, we are proposing to freeze 7 positions. So that brings us down to 553 funded positions. So this is your general fund summary. We're estimating to begin the year with $11.7 million. We're budgeting revenue of $67.1 million, operating expenses and transfers total $67.5 million. So we are out of balance. We're out of balance about $429,000. So this is that red number you're seeing. We have below the line item non-operating costs. So these are one-time costs of $442,000. Your future planning allocations, which is based on the financial policies that council has set, that's $5.2 million. We have projects that are carrying over and hoping to finish in the future year of $476,000. So our recommended ending balance for June 30th is about $5.1 million. Of that, 5% contingency reserve based on our general fund reserve policy is $3.3 million, which leave an available fund balance of $1.7 million. So this slide is just reflecting through 12-13, which is about the time that after the downturn and we started to really try to balance our budget. 12-13 was the first year that we got revenues and expenses to balance. And so you can see kind of that the trend is that we were seeing a lot of revenue. You kind of see it go up and down, right? Each year is a little bit different, but we are seeing more revenue over expenditures, and it's mostly because we tend to have savings within the fund. As you get to these outer years, 22, 23, 23, 24, because it's getting tighter and we're starting to fill our vacancies, you don't see that revenue over expense as much anymore. So we're getting tighter in the general fund. And as you can see out to 25, 26, operating to revenue is that you see that $400,000 difference. And then that 73.7 is that additional one-time costs of the general fund total expenses. So this reflects the general fund revenues. Sales tax creates 25% of our budget. It's about $17 million. 15% is property tax. 15% is vehicle in lieu. You have other taxes creating 15%. Admin is 10%. Direct service charges is 4%. And then you have other fees and charges that the general fund has, like inspections and parking tickets and those kinds of things. It's 16%. So our revenue has increased from last year. We're estimating a $3.6 million increase in revenues. It's up 5.7%. But on the other side, our operating costs have gone up 10.3%. So that's an increase of $6.3 million. So our expenses are definitely outpacing our revenue each year. And so as you can see, of course, personnel makes up the bulk of that expenditure, 66.7%. You have maintenance, supplies, and services at 20%. And then everything else is, most of this is 1% or less You have 2.8% of transfers, and then you have future planning, which makes up the 7.2%. And this reflects the transfers that the general fund has every year to supplement other funds. So historically, the general fund has supplemented Parks and Recreation, Development Services, and the airport. In the good years with building, we've not had to support Development Services, so you don't really see an orange bar, piece of the bar in the last several years. The airport in the last few years has not needed a transfer because of the FAA CARES Act grant for operating costs. So we were able to use that grant and not have to supplement from the general fund. That grant has now expired, and so now you're seeing a little bit of that green bar come back for the airport. We had to supplement them by a little under $370,000 for next year. And then we're including $1.6 million of a transfer to Parks and Recreation. So the specifics on the below the line item non-operating costs in the general fund are continuing to fund the enterprise resource planning system. This has been a six-year project. We've added funding every year for the last 5 years, I believe it's been. And we're just needing just a little bit more. We'll probably have a little bit added in this budget, and we'll need a little bit more in the next budget. But the general fund portion of that is $147,352. We are proposing to add $100,000 for the city clerk office remodel. There's some safety concerns there of only having one exit, and in order to address those, we're requesting $100,000 for that project. So the one new item is the Community Park 42. So the regional sports complex is scheduled to come online later this year. And with that will come costs. So we are supposed to be forming a JPA in order to figure out who would pay what portions of the costs out there and how that would work. And until that happens, we added a little bit of funding here for CP 42 in order to take care of maintenance and lights and the field work that needs to happen out there to put those fields to use. A couple other items which are repairs and replacements are the Civic Center skylight. It's currently leaks water, and so it's continuing to damage. And then we need to replace the Civic Center exhaust for $50,000. The next section is your financial policies. So these are all your set-aside amounts. So again, as a reminder, the way that this is created, the first three on this list, they're created from a very specific number that comes from our financial statements. It's a balance of the general fund as an unassigned amount. And so 45% of that number then gets allocated between these three areas by a certain percentage that was approved by the council. And that's how these dollar amounts are created. If the council wanted to change these in any way, they do have discretion to do that. But initially, we propose them based on that methodology. The general fund reserve is a 30% set aside based on the operating costs. So based on the operating costs that we have created in the general fund, we have a set aside sitting in a completely different fund, and then this is the additional amount that will get us to that 30% dollar amount. So just to review what those set-aside balances are. So again, in the general fund, we are proposing that it will have a balance of a little over $5 million. 3.4 of that is the general fund reserve contingency. So we would not be able to touch that. You keep it in there for cash flow purposes. And then, so that would leave about $1.7 million available for use within the general fund. In the previous slide, you saw that we were allocating an additional 1.89. So that's where you get the 1.9 million there additional on the general fund reserve. So by adding that to your reserve, 20.2 million is 30% of your operating costs in the general fund. So by setting that aside, you're meeting your general fund reserve policy. And Trust 115, by adding the additional 1.7 allocation, we would be up to about 9.6 million in Trust 115, but only about 4 million. And then with the additional one, it would be about 5.7 million would be general fund allocated. The other portion of that is enterprise allocation. So if you do choose to use any of this Trust 115 for the general fund, you would only have so much to use. And the Economic Development Opportunity Fund, by adding an additional allocation of $675,000, we'd be up to about $950,000 in that fund. And then on Affordable Housing Fund, we're allocating a little bit over $1 million, and so you'd be up about $1 million because we did use most of that funding to pay the HUD monitoring back. And then we're also proposing to use it for housing administration, which we'll talk about in a little more detail on a future slide. So this is the Measure C fund. As I'm sure you all recall, we had a new Measure C that was put to the ballot last year and put in place. And so there's a little bit of money left in the old Measure C money. So this is Fund 2001. Then you have the new Measure C funding, which was allocated very specifically 95% to public safety, 5% to roads. So you see the next two columns there. We are estimating $9.1 million in sales tax revenue for next year in Measure C. We're proposing budgeted expenses of $11.3 million, so it gets us an ending balance of all three funds of about $3.7 million. This does still meet your GFOA recommended minimum, which is the 2 months average of revenues and expenses, which is about $1.7 million. And so by having that balanced at the bottom there, you are meeting that requirement. The ballot measure also had a very specific requirement of keeping spending levels citywide at what they were for fiscal year 21-22. So I just wanted to show and reflect that we are meeting that requirement. The measure was proposed to stay at 21-22 levels, which at that time was about $36.9 million. In the current city manager recommended budget, we're actually allocating $52.6 million. So we are exceeding that requirement by $15.7 million. So in Measure Y for cannabis tax, we're proposing $1.6 million as a revenue estimate. We continue to see declines in Measure Y, unfortunately. Last year, we estimated about 1.8 would be coming in, and we're actually assuming that for the current fiscal year, we're only going to see about 1.6 million come in, and so that's about what we're estimating for next year, too. So this is Measure Y by the different allocations. Police is required to get 20% of the allocation, fire, same 20%, Parks and Recreation 20%, and then the discretionary portion is 40%, which council has given direction to give half of that 40% to parks maintenance and half of the 40% to recreation programming. So you can see on the estimated transfer in, we kind of have this positive, negative thing going on because that is the parks maintenance portion. And then the transfer out is the portions that are going towards towards recreation programming, and that's transferring out to their operating fund of 1018. So we end up with about $200,000 left in that, in the 4 Measure Y funds. So as I mentioned, that Parks and Community Services was continuing to have some challenging to balance their budget. And as I mentioned, with Measure Y, taxes lowering every year, we're continuing to have to decrease the allocations for recreation programming. So even though we're allocating the $337,300 from the 20% portion and the $337,300 from the 40% discretionary portion, the general fund transfer, we only increased that by $22,000, which is 1.4%. Typically, we give Parks and Community Services anywhere from a 2 to 4% increase, or we have been. In this budget, we're also including $83,000 in CP42 maintenance. I mentioned the 129 earlier. This is part of that 129, so it's not an additional 83,000. But this is, again, for extra help, utilities, paint and tools, and turf tank for that park. And some of the ways that the department has chosen to reduce some of the programming in order to meet those challenges is by reducing the lease agreement amount of $25,000 to the Boys and Girls Club. So next year it's proposed that we will have zero going towards that lease. Other community center leases, we're reducing them by about $2,500, so that creates another $5,000 in savings. They're also deleting a full-time zookeeper, so that is a filled position. And so by deleting that full-time zookeeper, they would go back into a temporary status. They're eliminating the summer camp program, the Stick to Fitness sports clinics, and then they'll still continue to use the block party trailer for internal events, but they will just not have it out for community reservations. And in addition, in order to help with some of the challenges is that they are applying to Merced City School Districts for contributions for youth sports. They've already been guaranteed about $20,000, but they'll continue to look for the additional $60,000, but that is included in the budget. And just to break down Parks and Community Services, they have a total operating cost of $3.2 million. Of that, personnel is about $2 million, 61%. Maintenance, supplies, and services is $221,000. Internal service charges are $790,000. Administration is $205,000. Direct service charges $13,000, and they have some transfers of $9,000. On the revenue side, program fees make up about $500,000 of their budget. The general fund contributes over 50% of their costs of $1.6 million. And the Measure Y, excuse me, it's alarm, makes up $1.6 million. Measure Y is the 337,000, and again, the 337,000 from the 40% of the Measure Y. They get a pretty good chunk from CFD, 225,000, so that continues to grow as we're continuing to develop and annex into the CFD. And then again, the Merced School District contribution of 80,000, and then we still have the state grant from CalVIP that will expire December 31st of this year, but we have 59,000 in there for continuing that program.
So now if I could stop you real quick. By 8 o'clock, about halfway through, does anybody need a break right now? Everybody good? Seeing a nod back there? Nope.
You need a break?
That's looking
How do you do?
I think the break alarm went
Well,
off
I can
already.
trick
That was the,
Yeah, I know, right?
yeah.
I'm sorry.
Okay, if we could take 5 minutes real quick, we'll be back at 5 minutes for real this time. Be back at 8:06 to resume. I think so too. I think so. You should.
Nine of them are sworn, one non-sworn. The other thing that we did to try to balance the general fund is that we moved some of the operating budgets that were proposed in the general fund over into other funding sources. So $76,000 of the PD general fund operating budget got moved into Measure C. In CFD, we have a total of 10.21 sworn positions. And we did add the replacement of 8 vehicles for $500,000 in the CFD. We did have a little bit of fund balance from prior fiscal years that had built up a little bit, so we were able to do that in CFD. And Measure Y, again, we moved some of the general fund operating budget into Measure Y of $124,000. In addition to that, the police department is continuing with the reserve officer program, so they've allocated $80,000. There's a temporary dispatcher and temporary sergeant that had been added in last year's budget, so they're continuing with that request. And then something they've been putting in here for the last few years is unanticipated fleet repairs. So when there's work to be done on vehicles and it's not budgeted, they set aside money here to be able to do that of $76,000. In the fire department, we are proposing to unfund 1 firefighter position. The SAFER grant positions are included in the budget, all 24 of them. We are looking into potentially requesting a hardship waiver from FEMA. So FEMA currently requires us to maintain a minimum level of staffing from the time that we applied for the grant. And in order to be able to reduce staffing, we would need to submit the hardship waiver. So the total non-SAFER funded positions in the general fund are 52.18. 47.18 are sworn and 5 are non-sworn. In Measure C, there's a total of 10.3 sworn positions. What we did include in this proposed budget is the purchase of a Type 6 engine, which is that squad vehicle. It's a total cost of $400,000, and 50% is coming out of Measure C, so that's $200,000. And then the other $200,000 is proposed to come out of Measure Y. Again, we did move operating budget out of the general fund and into Measure C to help that balance a little bit of $75,000. In the CFD, there's total positions of 5.52 sworn. Measure Y, again, moving some of the operating budget from general fund, we moved $50,000. The fire department did request to be able to purchase some additional thermal imaging cameras in the amount of $21,000 and some self-contained breathing apparatus bottles in the amount of $18,000. And then again, the other half of the Type 6 engine is budgeted in Measure Y. For Parks and Community Services, the couple items we have here are additional funding from PFFP for Community Park 42 of $200,000. This would cover fence and some water infrastructure that's needed out there. They're also proposing to move Parks and Community Service Administration to the Senior Center, and that has been estimated to cost about $114,000. The PFFP can pay a portion of that, 24.6%, which is $28,000, and then Parks and Community Services has found some current year operating savings of $86,000 that they're going to allocate towards that project. In the administration area, the city manager's office is unfunding 2 half peer support specialists. So the CalVIP grant was approved to support 4 peer support specialists. 1 has been vacant the entire time, have not been able to fill it. And so when the Prop 64 grant expired in the Recreation Division, they were using some of the CalVIP grant to fund that position. And then 1 person resigned, and so we're deleting those 2 positions in the general fund. And then we have 2 positions half of the year because the grant ends in December, but officially ends in, I'm sorry, obviously that date is wrong. It ends in December of 2025. Again, we talked about the city clerk safety improvements of $100,000. So in finance, there is a recommendation to add an assistant buyer out in the purchasing division. So the purchasing division has historically had 3 positions. In the downturn, we did eliminate 1, but we've always included extra help for some support out there because 3 people really are needed as the city grows. That position is definitely needed. And that the way that position would work is that it's 80% is cost recovered through administration costs, and then we would reduce the extra help so that we're actually netting only about $66,000 in general fund costs there. In the Human Resources Division, we are deleting a vacant HR technician. This position has been vacant for several years, and so we finally decided we would just eliminate it to help the budget balance. In Information Technology, there's a proposal to delete the GIS coordinator and add an IT manager. So there was initially a GIS division, and then as time has gone on, they are wanting to be more flexible with the use of those positions. And so in order to do that, they're recommending to delete the GIS type positions and make them more general type positions in IT. So again, adding an IT manager, adding a systems technician position. So one of them has no cost difference, but the other one does have a net increase of about $9,000. And again, this is because it's an internal service fund, it does receive funding from other departments. There is a little bit of general fund impact, but the bulk of this, probably about 80% of it, is to other departments. They are recommending to replace the data center floor for $135,000. So this is where a lot of our network equipment is being held and stored, and so that floor does need to be replaced. Microsoft software licenses. So last year we talked about how they went from about $200,000 to $400,000, and then from last year to this year, it's another increase of about 15%. So that continues to increase there. And then we talked about the ERP allocation. The general fund allocation is about 147, but in total citywide, it's about 272,000. So the other item that I wanted to discuss was the RDA residual. So we have been receiving RDA residual from the county as part of our property tax allocation ever since RDA was no longer, was discontinued. But we had been using that towards the DOF settlement every year. And now that we're getting to the last payment, our last payment will be in July, we have been able to allocate $1 million from RDA residual as revenue in the general fund. So that also helped to increase our revenues and to help offset the imbalance. And as I mentioned in the beginning, the general fund does not have any allocation for community funding as it historically has in the last few years or for arch projects. In development services in the housing area, there's proposed to remove a deputy development services director and exchange that for a planning manager. Also in that division, because of the activity decreasing in the last few years, so they had a lot of activity for several years. They were able to build up their balance, their fund balance. In the last few years, that has decreased. So they've been eating up their balance slowly. And then this next year, they'll be using 1.3 million of that balance. It will leave them at the end of the year at about $800,000. So obviously, we can't continue with that big of a decrease every year. If we do that, they'll have to get general fund supplement again. And so they are currently working on a fee study in order to increase their fees in the planning division, hoping to offset some of that, that the fees have not been increased in several years in that area. On the housing side, so although the budget for next year looks like it's good, the one for the current year is not, will end up in a deficit. So the way that they have been allocating their activity delivery costs, they will not be able to balance their fund in the current year. And so they're estimated to end the year short about $292,000. We are proposing to use affordable housing allocation to offset that in order to make them balance. But in order to be able to do that, we will need to revise the affordable housing policy. Currently, as it stands, admin costs are not allowed. But if we revise that, and we'll be coming to you at a later date to be able to do that and to include administrative costs as being able to be used with that funding. The other item to touch on is that we have been getting some indication that the federal budget is proposing to cut the HUD allocations. And so we did get our letter last week. We got about $1 million in CDBG and about $447,000 in home allocation. But we're not sure if it gets cut completely, what that would mean. If that would just mean the 1 year allocation, everything before that we can still continue to use, or if they're just going to cut everything that we've not used for the last several years. And so that could be cuts anywhere from 1 to 2.6 million of CDBG funding, or 447 to 2.8 million in home. So we're continuing to keep an eye on that and monitor that, see what happens there. So in downtown, economic development and airport, so we have included PBID in the budget. The PBID board did request that we increase that by 2%. The PBID formation documents allow for 5% increase per year, and they chose to request an increase of 2%. So that is increased by 2%. Tourism-based improvement district is also in the budget, although we're not completely, we haven't completed all of their agreements in order to forward them the money. We have started to collect the funding this past quarter, and we'll continue to do that. And once all of that is in place, then we'll be able to forward that funding to them for use. We still are including small business grant funding within the Economic Development Opportunity Fund. And then on the airport side, again, as I mentioned, we had to add a general fund transfer in order to help that fund balance. The FAA CARES Act grant expired, but one item that the airport manager has already looked into is being able to increase landing fees. And so we did add an additional $60,000 in the budget as he works through that contract, and it will probably come to council soon. And then we would be able to add additional fees there. And then they are continuing to look for additional opportunities to increase revenue to help offset. In the public works area, we are deleting one park worker in order to help. So this is a general fund position, and so that again is to help the balance in the general fund. Other than that, most of these positions are in enterprise funding. So you have 2 maintenance workers, one in the streets department and one in the refuse department. We're deleting a sewer storm drain worker and adding a lead in the sewer storm drain area, deleting an instrumentation control electrician technician and adding a lead in that area. And then we are also adding an additional lead in water division of an instrumentation control electrician tech and a water distribution quality assurance tech. And then we're adding a tree trimmer in the refuse department and a custodian in the facilities fund. So this is to reflect the enterprise fund. So wastewater, water, and refuse operating funds. It shows the revenue versus the operating expense. And so in wastewater and refuse, we still look like we are good. Water is a little bit upside down, but we're currently in rate study process for all 3 of these utility areas, and that should be coming to council later in the year. So some of the, excuse me, some of the capital items being included in the budget, again, due for repairing and improvements and replacing are administration and courtyard building repairs, $166,000. You have some fleet building improvements of $80,000. Civics, we talked about these 2, the Civic Center skylight and the Civic Center exhaust replacement. We're also including $300,000 to purchase a road grinder for Measure C fund. And then some of the vehicle acquisitions are in the streets. They're purchasing a truck, in facilities, a van for the custodians, 3 trucks in the water division for $270,000, and then a rear loader for organics of $225,000 in the refuse fund. The half of the discretionary portion of Measure Y, the proposals to use that for tree trimming, $100,000, the continued bike path maintenance of $60,000, and some of the park improvements are, we like to set aside funding for park maintenance in general for anything that comes up of $50,000. We have $6,000 set aside for the zoo roof repair. We have $25,000 for the Joe upper restroom repairs, and then we have $69,000 just for citywide restrooms for partitions, security latches, and handle replacements. So as far as capital projects in the streets and roads area, a lot of the funding is being maintained in projects to be determined until we can figure out how we want to use that funding. A lot of the projects that have already been allocated funding don't have enough funding, so it will become trying to figure out which of those projects take priority and which ones do we want to fund with that project to be determined funding. But we did set aside a little bit to some very specific areas. So in the streets division, we are adding $120,000 to the already, we already had a project last year added, and so we're adding an additional $120,000 for replacing school flashing beacons, an additional $100,000 towards the project of the Polera push buttons at the schools, $48,000 for the controllers 2070 replacements, and then something new this year is $40,000 to add downtown concrete light poles. And then the one new project that we're proposing to fund with RSTP funding is the McKee Road rehab project of $1.2 million. This would be in collaboration with the county. They're going to do McKee Road rehab project for their part of the road. And so we just thought it was a good idea to do our portion of the road too. So there's some continuity there. So the last few slides are items that have been put in the budget in the last couple of years. And a lot of these things take time, they take effort, they take resources of staff to get them to the final product and to put them in service or have them completed. So we just wanted to go over, from the budgets from last few years, these are the items that are scheduled to be done in next year. So some of the funding is rolling over to next year and finishing out expenditures, and then hopefully we're putting those things into place. So the Type 1 engine delivery is scheduled to come in July of 2025. When I have a fiscal year in parentheses, it's because that's the year that funding was allocated to kind of reflect that it can take a couple years to finish. The Type 1 stock engine will be delivered in July of 2025. You have the Hawk Fire Training Center construction starting in the fall of 2025. There was funding allocated towards remodeling a few of the stations in last year, and so that should be completed in July or the fall of 2025. The addition of the paramedics on Engine 51 should be put into service in August of 2025. You have the armored vehicle in the police department will be put into service in December of 2025. The red light camera revenue, so right now they're up, but they're kind of in this practice or warning period. There you go. In this warning period, so we will actually start to see some of that revenue recognition. We have the 10 replacement vehicles that should be put into service later in the year. On the admin side, we have the Tyler implementation. So like I said, this has been a 5 to 6 year project. And so we're getting down to the last couple modules. And so HR and payroll should be implemented hopefully by October of 2025. And utility billing would be our last module in March of 2026. And then we're hoping to launch the new website by September of 2025. In Parks and Community Services, they've been working on a RecTrack online recreation registration for a few years. So that will finally come online in the fall of 2025. You have your Merced Regional Sports Complex, also known as CP42, coming online this summer. The Applegate Zoo construction should be done by spring of 2026. You have Kittyland Winter being completed this year. The Pros Parks Rec Open Space Master Plan should be completed by next February 2026. General Vang Pao Park Phase 1 should be opening in spring of 2026. And then you have Farron's Park Nature Trail completed next summer. In economic development, the airport terminal should be completed by this fall. And then the completion of the Sears renovation should be completed by December of this year. In engineering, we'll have the Yosemite Avenue reconstruction being completed later this year, as well as the Main Street directional project, the Bob Hart Square expansion, the Child's Multi-Use Path project, the Santa Fe Strip Park, the traffic sync, and the Safe Streets Light retrofit project should be completed also. And then, as it got awarded earlier tonight, right, the Stoll School pedestrian improvement should be completed, and then the IT generator project. For Public Works, they are completing the Dennis Chavez Park improvements and the Diego Rivera Park improvements, and we should have the utility rate studies coming to council for review and approval. So knowing that there are challenges in this budget, we know that there will be challenges in next year's budget, so we're trying to look at additional revenues that we can bring online for helping to stabilize the fiscal, keeping the city going, right? And so one of the items that we're looking at is adopting a new CFD for services. So part of the CFD for services is that there's two pieces to that tax rate. There's the base tax rate and the project-specific tax rate. So your base tax rate is where you get funding for your police, fire, parks, pretty much every area of the city that provides a service gets a piece of that tax. And so we're looking at increasing that base tax rate for future development once that CFD is in place. Again, Development Services is looking for, or working on a fee study in order to adopt new fees within the Development Services area. We are also looking to audit business license, TOT, and cannabis, just to make sure that everybody is reporting correctly and we're getting all the funding that we should be getting here at the city. And then we're continuing to identify other potential cost recovery areas. So what are the budget options? As we keep talking about, we are out of balance, about $429,000 in the general fund. And so one of the options would be is you leave that as it is, showing it out of balance. One of the potential negative impacts with that decision would be that if we ever wanted to go out for any type of a credit rating, that could reflect negatively on that credit rating. We do have, the positive is that we do have a lot of financial policies in place. Your general fund reserve, your Trust 115 for pension, those would all be positives when going out to a credit rating. So how much each one would reflect or have an impact, I couldn't tell you until if we ever got into that process of doing that. But that is a potential negative impact. Second option would be to add Trust 115 as a transfer in to fill that revenue gap. Again, this could be a few years fix, but it would not be a forever fix. As soon as that Trust 115 is all tapped out, that's all the funding you'd have there, right? That would no longer be a revenue source for you. And then the third option would be to add, if you wanted to add back certain positions and continue to fund them, you would do that and leave it out of balance, or add the Trust 115 to balance it, or you would identify other expense reductions to bring those back. So now I can open up for questions or council discussion.
Thank you, Venus. Thank you for your thorough presentation, for a very comprehensive portrait of our financial situation. Difficult times for a lot of cities. I think you see in the headlines, cities up and down the state, from San Diego, Los Angeles, Sacramento, Fresno, all having significant budget challenges. So we know that you guys worked very hard on this, decent amount of belt tightening involved, but at the end of the day, pretty decent place to land in compare, I think, relative to other places. And just applaud you, your team, Scott, everybody else for your hard work putting this together. All right, questions from the council? Jennifer, anything from the public?
I do have 2 request to speak forms.
Okay, we'll entertain those right now.
Okay, can I get Andrea Uribe and Ashley Marie Suarez?
I welcome Andrea and Ashley back to the podium.
Hello, everyone. Good evening. My name is Sandra Uribe, and I'm a land use and transportation policy advocate for Leadership Council. Thank you for the opportunity to comment on item K6, review and discussion regarding the City of Merced fiscal year 25 to 26 budget. And as somebody that's coming in and learning a lot about the City of Merced and working with community residents, I'd like to ask that as the city finalizes the budget, to please provide additional information on how the city will prioritize investments into existing disadvantaged communities such as South Merced. Before the budget is finalized, it must carve out investment opportunities for community priorities, including complete street projects, traffic calming measures, and funds for future parks and green space developments. And furthermore, something that I would still like to learn about the city budget before it's approved is to see an analysis of how city funds will be leveraged in collaboration with other funds to maximize the potential of total funds within the city. For example, how will city funds complement potential funds from Measure V? How can they work together? How will the 2025-26 budget collaborate with the regional transportation plan? How can we make sure that the current city budget is going to complement the sustainable scenarios that are going to be elected, and how can we start planning for like a collective use of funds within the city and county of Merced? So I look forward to learning more from all the staff members and from community residents, and I thank you for your time.
And I'd say just in brief, a lot of good questions there, a lot of things that I think we have good answers to, and a lot of things we're already doing in terms of leveraging funds, specifically with housing, for example. There's we've been very successful in the past few years using our money to leverage 10, 20, 30 times that in terms of housing. So we could talk a little bit here, but I think offline too, there's, Scott's got a ton of expertise on that. You got Leah and Johnny back there in particular. Chief Wilson when it comes to federal grants as well. So there's been a lot we've done just in terms of one of those specific questions. Thank you. All right. Sorry about that. Ashley.
Good evening. Residents of South Merced that we work alongside have uplifted the need for many housing programs throughout the housing element process. And although this council has not given staff direction to include additional programs to the housing element, we strongly recommend that the city makes room in the budget for the following programs. A, rent registry and rental inspection program. The city should reallocate dollars from the general fund to a new fund that would support the establishment of a rental registry and rental inspection program. Ongoing funding would be less than what it would cost to start up, as 1, rental registry fees, 2, fees collected from rental properties that have violated the housing code, and 3, fees collected from vacant rental property owners would cover some ongoing administrative costs. This program would incentivize landlords to maintain their rental property, encourage landlords to rent or sell vacant rental property to increase housing stock and availability, and ensure that there is a proper avenue for residents to report negligent landlords and uninhabitable rental units. B, housing rehabilitation for residential homes and mobile home parks. The city should set aside 5% of its annual general fund revenue for housing rehabilitation for both residential homes as well as for mobile home parks. The current program does not serve mobile home residents, and in general, the program doesn't serve enough households, as there's a large number of low-income residents, including seniors, who cannot afford the exorbitant costs of housing rehabilitation on their limited income. This program should also be expanded to serve all residents across the board. C, first-time homebuyer program. The city should set aside funds from the general fund in addition to applying for grants to expand the existing first-time homebuyer program so that all low-income residents are eligible to get financial assistance and have access to resources to buy a home for the first time. Funding can be used to increase the number of households served, as well as to organize and host credit and financial budgeting workshops required to qualify for non-predatory financial assistance or a reduced rate loan. D, permanent rental assistance program. The city should reallocate the funds from the general fund to the affordable housing fund, in addition to applying for CDBG and home funds and collaborating with the county and the continuum of care to establish a permanent rental assistance program that would provide financial assistance to low-income households that are unable to pay rent or have past due payments. This would assist extremely low-income households, and this would prevent housing displacement and lower the percentage of households that are at risk of experiencing homelessness. As always, we would be more than happy to organize a discussion between residents, staff, as well as council members. And so if you have any questions or you'd like more information, we'd be open to facilitating that discussion. As always, residents are really looking to see this be supported and to have the city facilitate a discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Ashley. All right, Jennifer, anyone else?
Well, we do have one more.
Colton Dennis. I'm on the Arts and Culture Advisory Commission. I'm the vice chair. And in these several years, we've been allocated some funding for arts projects. I know it's looking bleak. It's the budget's tough. I know a lot of people are. Jobs are being cut, and budget has been deleted in a lot of places. But we've had such a great momentum with our arts projects, doing arts and murals throughout the city, arts and parks, arts downtown, or utility boxes. We've got funding that's allocated for the 24-25 budget that is going to already do more, even downtown and with the Bob Art Square, when that's done, with the concert series happening. We don't want to lose that momentum. So if there's any way that we can find some funding for future arts projects for the city, I know that the Arts Commission would greatly appreciate that. I know our artists will greatly appreciate that. And I think the city in general will appreciate that. Arts are being cut across the nation right now. It's going to be bleak for the arts as well. So any kind of funding that we can get for more arts projects, I think would be a benefit to all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Colt. All right, anyone else? I think it's pretty much everybody who's left who's not staff. All right. Bring it back to council. I had a handful of questions or comments. First, real quick, Chief, the revenue from the red light camera, that is supposed to start in probably, well, within any day now, huh?
24th.
Okay.
The 30-day warning period ends on the 24th of this month.
Okay, and then what is where will that revenue go? What's the intention there? Is it going back to is that general fund? Is that
Yes.
police department, special fund? Where does that?
It goes into the general fund.
Okay. The second, with the airport, and I guess, I'm not sure if this might be a question for Rhett. The last year, we had a total of 9,365, either, maybe Rhett, if you want to jump on this one. The latest numbers in the report to the Airport Commission, 9,365 total employments or deplayments. First 3 months this year, 4,457, which would put us on pace for over 13,000 employments. And you want to talk briefly about that and the revenue opportunities that could present?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Last year, we hit about 9,500 employments in Merced, where that number is significant in the EAS services as 10,000 employments, and that triggers a $1.3 million stipend from the FAA by the EAS to this city for the airport. Now, at this pace we're on now, we could possibly hit it. That goes back to our strategic partnership with Advanced Air, our EAS carrier, to help with fares and marketing and promotion. And I actually had a call with their executive vice president this morning to go over that strategic plan to help push that agenda forward.
If we reach 10,000 employments, then how would the funding get to us? When would it get to us? What does that look like?
Yeah, so that would kick in if we hit the 10,000 number. We would get 1.3 million to the airport from the FAA to spend on the airport. That would go into the fiscal year of 2026 and then 2027 for that one. That's just for employments, not to include any AIP or AIG funding. That's separate from that bucket as well.
Okay. And that would obviously, that would eliminate the need for the 367,000 ongoing general fund transfer to the airport.
Correct. That, and then also looking at all the different revenue opportunities that we have there. There's a lot of different fields we can pursue that we're actively looking into right now.
Okay. All right. Just a thought too. I think I could, I don't know, I'm open certainly to putting some funding into the community funding request. We've this is more to my colleagues. I think we funded a lot of worthy things out of that. There's a lot of really good. For example, tonight we had a lot of discussion on TNR and on animal control. We've funded that in the past through that. So again, open to restoring that somehow, and then the art too. Mr. Dennis mentioned all the momentum we've had with art over the past few years. Potentially doing that as well too. So Venus, my question would be, right now we have a $429,000 gap, potential ways to fill that. Say for example, if we added, I don't know, 50, 75,000, whatever it is, to community funding and art, what would it still be the option? Would we still have the option to essentially leave it as is, or use the 115 trust to fill it? Could just be a little more that would come in, or else potentially pulling it from some below the line expenses.
So our arts projects and community funding are not considered part of operating costs. They're considered below the line non-operating costs. So it wouldn't affect your 429. It would just affect your total available bottom balance of 1.7. That would decrease. So our thought in not putting them in is just to hold on to as much money as we can for as long as we can in case we need it in future years.
If they're below the line, how would that relate to the Economic Development Opportunity Fund, housing, and 115.2? How would it affect those amounts?
By adding this other funding or just in general?
Just say hypothetically, if we added, say, 50,000 to community funding and art.
It wouldn't change the numbers.
Okay. Could it?
If you wanted to change those numbers just because you didn't want to allocate those dollar amounts, you could just do that as a council. But by adding those other items, the methodology would not change because that number is created by a prior year dollar amount. So that wouldn't change that methodology.
Okay. I had a few more questions, but I'll stop here for now. Councilmember DuPont.
Thank you, Mayor. Couple questions. I know it come up previously. If Director Jensen could come up, and I guess one of the things that we see is a change of location for the department. I guess what are the benefits of moving Parks and Community Services Department to the Senior Center, and why did we choose to do this now?
Good evening, Mayor, Council, Chris Jensen, Parks and Community Services Director. The goal for our department is to maximize revenue. With this move, as a department as a whole right now in our current layout and location, we're pretty strapped as far as space, not only for programming, but also storage of amenities that we offer through our programs. We're paying rent in 2 different locations, so trying to streamline that process for rent and utilities, other operating costs as well. In addition, we've had some ongoing complaints of recent from our seniors who utilize the space in the mornings, considering some safety concerns that they have. Society's changing. It is a community facility, so there's not a whole lot of security or staffing on site. It's ran primarily by volunteers only, and we operate it in the evenings and weekends as a revenue source for renting, but we do not program there currently. So in looking at our financial realities and opportunities to increase revenue, increase safety and utility of the space, and also expand what we offer the community, we felt like it was a good one-time investment. Some of the expenses related to this are actually coming from savings as a result of the reduction for next fiscal year. So some of the things that we would typically have expenses in this fiscal year to help onboard or prepare for moving into summer programming, we don't have those expenses if we don't fund those programs in next fiscal year. So that's where the savings would come from.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Back to Venus. If we were to not freeze public safety positions, fund those positions, what are we looking at as a bottom line?
So if you were to add back the 4 police officers, the 1 dispatcher, and the firefighter, that's an additional $869,522. So you would add that to your 429, so that would put you right about 1.4 million, maybe 1.5, maybe. I'd have to do the math, but around there.
Okay. Chief Wilson, if I may, I know we talked about, or we have talked about, differences between safer and non-safer positions. What was the purpose of the SAFER grant?
So the purpose of the SAFER grant is to increase our effective firefighting force. So NFPA 1710, that's the NFPA standard for getting the amount of resources you need on scene to fight a structure fire. So the city of Merced, we're really focused on meeting the low hazard occupancies, which is basically residential structure fires. We're so small agency-wise, we would never meet the medium or high. So to answer your question, it's to increase our effective firefighting force. How many firefighters we can put on scene within a short time frame.
And that's the whole department, not just the safer positions. It's looked as a whole.
Correct.
I guess the question then becomes is what's the impact or possible impact to the grant if we are going to unfund a position in the fire department?
So if we were to unfund a position, we would have to submit a waiver for that to go through, right? So when we received the SAFER grant, it was awarded on September of 2023. They took a snapshot of our staffing, and at that time we had 60 operational personnel. The grant funded 24 additional firefighter positions, so our SAFER staffing level number is 84 personnel. So currently we have 8 vacancies as of today, with a couple more anticipated. 3 of those are SAFER positions, and 5 are non-SAFER positions, so general fund CFD positions, or Measure C.
And so I guess my concern is if we're unfunding a fire position, have we talked to FEMA on how this may impact the grant at all?
Yeah, so we would have to submit a waiver for FEMA to approve a waiver, right? Within that economic hardship waiver, if approved, we are allowed to freeze non-SAFER positions. So I mentioned we have 3 SAFER vacancies. We still have to fill those. And then depending on how many we submit for in the waiver, we could reduce those amount of positions potentially if approved.
Now, is it just freezing non-SAFER positions, or does this impact all of public safety?
This is unfortunately, we were initially given some bad information. Our most recent SAFER rep provided us some more accurate information, and the hiring freeze would have to go across the entire public safety sector, so police, fire, sworn and non-sworn positions.
And has there been a determination on if the freeze is dependent on, current staffing levels now, or what the staffing, it doesn't mean if we lose people from retirement or just
right. So
good cause firing, we can't hire public safety at all? Or what does it mean?
Right. So we have about, do my math here, about 20 to 22 months left of SAFER funding. So what we don't know is if we do a hiring freeze, if that will continue to be frozen for any additional positions. We're still waiting on that information back from SAFER. So,
thank you, Chief.
Unfortunately, I can't answer that.
One last question, and I'll turn back over to my colleagues before we continue. I guess what is the sales tax trends or trend from previous year to this year? Are we seeing a decrease in sales tax, an increase, a stagnation?
So this year we budgeted 17 million. We're probably going to see a little less than that, probably about 6.8, 6.9 is where we're estimating to come in. Next year, it's going to be very similar in the 17 million, not much higher than that. Our forecast, our trending analysis says that, and then the HDL's pretty much says very similar. So there's not increase at all, pretty much 0% increase.
Thank you.
All right. Questions from other council members? On one of the questions that Councilmember Dupont asked the unfunding the public safety position, what would be the impact of the one additional? Currently, we have 3 police officer positions we've unfunded, so 98 total. Froze 3 makes 95. This would be a 4th that would take us to 94. Would that the one that is additional is proposed to be frozen in this budget or unfunded? What's the budgetary impact of that?
So just the one
Just one.
officer, it's $156,000.
Okay, so 156 for addition. And Chief, how many of those 95 spaces are currently filled?
All of them but the one you're talking about right now. I have a candidate, but I won't offer the job for fear of having to lay them off.
This is a small issue, but the Joe Herb bathroom repairs for the softball field bathrooms, Upper Joe Herb, could we potentially pay that out of the CDBG and home funding, the $25,000 that we discussed? We didn't set a plan for it, but there were options that were going to come back.
I think so. I think we were putting this money in there just in case, and then if that's determined to use that CDBG funding for this, then we can use this for something else.
Okay. So if we choose to fund that through CDBG or home, then that frees up this 25 for something else.
Yes.
All right, I think that is. I think that's it. Let's see. One last question. And we had meetings and we talked some time ago about some of the kind of older funds that were no longer needed or active, or projects that were just needed to be closed out. If you recall,
projects.
all the projects, and you guys had a list of, I don't know how many. What's the current status of all that?
I know that we closed out several or moved funding out, put it back to projects to be determined, or help to fund other projects. I don't remember exactly where we are on it. I think they were still working through some of those projects, but we did close several of them out.
Okay. Was there specifically, I believe there was, and correct me if I'm wrong, there was for a campus parkway project, there was a pretty somewhat significant amount of road money there?
That is still in there. So this was several years ago where there was PFFP money set aside for a portion of the campus project.
Just the last bit, kind of south of the east.
Right. And it was based on, from what I'm remembering, because I wasn't part of that process, is that there was some agreement in place where that was our share of the cost. And so anytime we talk about unfunding that, there's uncertainty on if we still need that for that agreement or not.
Okay.
Oh.
Scott's gonna. Could you provide just a little more? It was, I believe it was $3 million possibly, or I could be wrong, but it's a significant chunk.
Yeah, it's around $3 million. Just keep in mind, now that we've annexed the VST project, the way the agreement's going to work is they're going to be responsible for their own improvements for Campus Parkway. That would be an eligible item under PFFP. So if they came to us and said, hey, we've done our part, where's our check? And we say we don't have any funds, we're kind of in a bad position. So that's why I've asked that we leave it to cover things like that may come up. If the funds went back, they could only go back to the public facility impact fee areas for development. So it wouldn't have anything to do with general fund, it's just other activities.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So best to
2.4 million is the number.
Got it.
Yeah.
And it's best to hold that and wait.
Right.
All right. Okay, that's it for my questions. Just a couple comments. I think I'd support finding a way to add back some community funding and/or art. It doesn't have to be the full amounts we've done in previous years. Typically, we do about 50 for community funding. We've done 100 for art in recent years. I don't think we need to put that full amount, but I think some amount is important. And then I'd also be interested too, and potentially support not unfunding that one police officer position. Thoughts? Councilmember Jean.
Just on the topic of fire, can you remind me when the SAFER grant expires?
So we have 20 to 22 months
March of 2027.
left. Very, and that's the kind of date a good finance officer knows right there.
It's hard to keep track of them. There's a lot of them now.
And my understanding from what Chief Wilson just mentioned, we need to maintain 84 positions minimum. How many do we currently have?
Vacant or filled or?
Filled to meet that minimum.
So I think you said there's 5 non-safer vacancies and 3 safer vacancies. So I think a total of 8.
Out of 84.
8 are vacant.
So 8 out of 84?
Yes.
That needs to be complete? Okay. Okay. Interesting. Okay. And then changing gears here, for the capital projects, the $1.2 million for the McKee Road rehabilitation, where is that funding pulling from?
Regional Surface Transportation Program.
And are we able to utilize that money for different projects outside of the McKee?
Yes, any road project pretty much.
Okay. I think I mentioned it earlier as well, but I would like to see that money move towards completing some of the current road projects that we have that have shortfalls, as was previously presented to council. I think we have R Street reconstruction, 16th through 18th Street. That was $1.1 million. 18th Street, R through V, that's $1.2 million. R Street, Olive to Northwood, that's $1.2 million, and these were all shortfalls. So my opinion is that we should focus on completing these roads and not having them in construction if we have the funds for it. And I'll pass it for now.
All right, Councilmember Dupont.
Thank you, Mayor. So I'm not in agreement in any freezing of public safety positions, both on the police and fire side. I think we have Trust 115 and the General Reserve as rainy day funds. We are in that situation. Every single time we are looking at a general fund budget shortfall, we turn to public safety. The first people we call is public safety. I think in the previous election, we went out to the voters in Measure C and asked them, continue to fund public safety for us. And now we're here sitting saying we're going to unfund those positions. I just don't see the good faith in that to the voters of saying we support public safety. And in this budget, we're going to unfund, positions from both fire and police.
Does that include the dispatcher?
I would say all public safety positions currently. I think we can have a discussion on the non-sworn or sworn side, but as of right now, I wouldn't be in agreement. As to community art funding requests to the mayor, we're asking every department and every city staff member to tighten the reins. I just don't think it's prudent right now to fund those items currently. We're just not in the position to do so. So I wouldn't necessarily be in favor of that. I'm open to a discussion, what it may look like, maybe changing of policies on our below the line aspects. If we're looking at general fund, can we do a 35? Can we do a 30 instead of a 35? Or what are the policy decisions that we can make to possibly do that? So as of right now, those would be my positions.
All right, anyone else? Mayor Pro Tem Boyle.
Thank you. I feel like a lot of my questions have already been asked. And it's hard to really have a full discussion when we don't have some of our council members here. So I feel that once we have a full council, there'll be more things to say, but just based on what was discussed tonight, like my colleague, Councilmember DuPont, I don't support the freezing of public safety positions. Look at utilizing the reserve, open to the discussion of community funding and arts funding. I mean, I feel that we've done a really good job in the last few years, and it really has enhanced our community. So maybe not at the full amounts that we've done in previous years, but open to the discussion of how we can get creative with that. Look at the below the line items and what we can do there. Scott, could you talk about the McKee Road rehab and why we're setting that money aside for that project?
It's a unique opportunity. County's doing the design. We can piggyback on their bid. If you choose not to do it, that's perfectly fine. It's a good policy decision. You'll have a stranded roadway. You'll have some sections good, some bad, just because the city limits weave and wind through the road. So in a perfect world, if you have no issues with funds, you should do the project, but you're not in that situation, so you have a tough decision to make. Our recommendation is to do it because I think you're going to have a lot of complaints if you don't, but there's also other candidate roads out there, as Councilmember Zhang pointed out. The reality is, like we showed you a month ago, a lot of good projects, not enough money to go around, so you have the tough job figuring out where you want to put it, and then we get to do it for you.
Thank you, Scott.
Anything else? I think Scott's point, this McKee opportunity popped up right now, and McKee's certainly in need. It's a highly traveled street. It's not in the best condition. The county's going to redo it, so there's economies of scale and opportunities to get this project done at a relatively inexpensive price. There's certainly, Councilmember Zhang, as you mentioned, there's the R Street projects, both 16th to 18th, and Olive to Olivewood, which are big needs as well. And those are coming soon. Those are probably next. But that McKee, it has my support because I think it's, for the reasons Scott stated, it's just a good opportunity right now to partner with the county and get it done. Mayor Pro Tem Boyle.
Yeah, I would support the McKee Road rehab. I know I'm not the district representative, but I will say I get calls and text messages often about the road, and it's the part that we are responsible for. So I think it would be disservice if we didn't take up this opportunity.
All right. Okay, it's our first of 3 budget hearings. This is our budget report, and then we're going to have two public hearings? I'm blanking on what's 2 public hearings coming up. June 2nd, June 16th, we'll finalize budget. We've had a good discussion so far, items that have been brought up. McKee, the extent to which we freeze police and fire positions, community funding and art, and then mention of small thing, but the Joe Herb bathroom as well, or upper Joe Herb bathroom as well. Is there anything else that any council members would like to see? I'll start this way. Anything that's not currently funded, which they would like to see in budget. So anything that's currently out, they'd like to see in. Any of those items. I'm going to clear the queue right now. So if there's anything new, please hit the request to speak now. Anything that's currently out, they'd like to see in that hasn't been mentioned already. Councilor DuPont.
Thank you, Mayor. In the proposed budget, Venus, there's a section in a lot of the CIP projects that's projects to be determined. I guess the question is that funding that we are looking to determine what projects we want to fund for this fiscal year, or is it projects that come up during the fiscal year? Why is it so many? Why is it so much in projects to be determined in the CIP list?
It's actually both. There's not a project we do that we don't run into some unforeseen issue or contingency. So we have to have something around. If there's some interest to perhaps do more outsourcing for design or engineering, you're going to have some funds somewhere to do it with. So it's really both. Yeah.
So Mayor, maybe beneficial for us to look at the CIP project, maybe not tonight, but future hearings to look at what's being proposed to be funded and not funded, and what if there's something that we want to be funded in that list for this fiscal year.
Yeah, makes sense. Yeah. Go ahead, Scott.
Yeah, I think our concern really is just having the resources to do the projects you want to get funded. I know, I'm just going to be honest, Collins Drive is one that's been on the list for a while, and we've only done some core sampling and preliminary design, right? So there's lots of good things we need to decide if you want to continue to work on those or use the funds elsewhere. You could have 3 hearings just on road projects. That's why the Transportation Subcommittee meets so much, so why we're so involved in it. I know we've shared the information recently with the council, so you can kind of see it holistically, but it's a tough one. It's a real difficult, yeah.
Just to share some of the conversation for the Transportation Subcommittee, you have, a certain number of dollars, and then McKee came up. McKee, the view was both on the part of staff and our view as well, that McKee was a very good opportunity. The 2 R Street projects are both deep in design, probably 80–90% designed, if I'm not mistaken. Somewhat expensive, but there's different options and ideas for how to get those done. And then Collins and 18th Street, R to V, there are conversations about those. The talk too was, how do we potentially design those in a way that's more affordable? Because those are both, they're not major arterials, whereas, R Street, McKee, those streets are major arterials. So how can we potentially just be more efficient with those projects as well?
Yeah, and I totally agree. I traverse Collins pretty often. It had an indirect impact to when we redid M Street. So I guess there's some form of conversation that's gone over and over again. So it's kind of projects like that I think we should have a good conversation on.
Yep. All right, anything else? Something that's currently out that they'd like to see in Mayor Pro Tem Boyle?
Thank you. So there were some young individuals that came earlier this evening requesting for outdoor fitness equipment. I couldn't think of the word. I know this budget's going to be tight, and it might not be something that we can put in the budget this year, but I would like to listen to them and think of what we can be doing in the future and installing these. I feel that this is something that would be needed in our parks. If they want to start at Applegate Park, great. But I look at it as the opportunity for parents to be doing something while their kids are at the park, besides, scrolling on their phones, but they're helping themselves with health and fitness, and also with our young individuals that might not have the means to have a gym membership. So if it's not something that we can put in our current budget, looking at the items that they like, they would want to install, it does get pricey. And then if there's also community foundations we can even link up with, I don't know, discussions that need to be taken, but I do think it's a great idea, and it would be phenomenal for Merced to have that.
Sarah's trying to get her biceps going.
Heck yeah, I want to knock you out, Matt.
Potentially, I think you make a good point too, that or other objects too. Art's a good one for that too, but Colton and I, we did that some years ago as well, like different opportunities for private fundraising. And that could present one of those opportunities.
Well, and we had funding from First Five before for alternative uses. So it could be an opportunity for First Five as well. So I'm open to the ideas.
Okay. Anybody else? Councilor Jean.
I definitely support outdoor exercising equipment. I think that's something that folks would definitely use. I agree with the arts as well, and community funding. Specifically for the arts, I think one thing we should consider is graffiti abatement, and how do we utilize arts to reduce the cost of graffiti abatement in such a way that it's better to fund art than to continuously go out and abate graffiti. I am open to freezing vacancies. I think one thing, if we could get for next time, is a breakdown of personnel in terms of department and cost, and then in terms of vacant positions, just to see where the numbers are. I disagree with using the Affordable Housing Fund to pay for housing admin. I think it's also mentioned in the slide that we would need to change the policy behind it. So I think the intent behind that funding was not meant specifically to pay for housing admin and meant to develop affordable housing. I think on there is also rent assistance. So there's other uses for this money that we should not be using for admin cost. Regarding capital projects, I do have a question regarding the concrete light poles. Is there a reason why those are being proposed now?
Good evening. Yes, the concrete light poles. So I don't know if you ever walked on 19th, 18th, 20th, 21st. It's those little concrete light poles. So some of them are pretty old and severely cracked. So we have to replace the really bad ones. So that we did that a few years ago. So there's some that deteriorated that we need to replace. So that's why we have it in the budget.
Thank you. Yeah, when I was looking at it, I wasn't sure if it was a major need of the city with regards to what we currently have up there. But if it's something, definitely worth having that discussion with the larger council. For CP 42, I think it's important that we move forward with that JPA, get that process going as we're just accumulating cost here. And then for parks, I'm not fond of the $25,000 cuts to the Boys and Girls Club. And I think there was a mention of $5,000 across the board for all community centers as well. And so I wasn't quite sure why that cost isn't distributed across everybody. And I'm not fond of it going strictly to just one organization.
Councilmember, we're going to let Chris answer this in some detail, but we did request it, and they agreed to the reduction to help the city. Obviously, they've got a relationship where they're not paying rent, so there's a value for them to keep operating the facility. So it's kind of a mutual relationship here, but I'll let Chris handle any details.
Good evening again. So from the inception of the original organizational plan with the Boys and Girls Club for the McCombs Youth Center, the operation plan was conceived to not cost $1 to the general fund. And that's why the arrangement was made and the city agreed to build the building was based on the fact that the city would not have to pay for maintenance or operation outside of major infrastructure repairs that are required over time. Since its inception, unfortunately, the city's been asked to help subsidize or cover some of those costs to maintain and operate the facility. And recently, the council looked at streamlining some of the lease agreement and service agreement processes that we have for different youth centers across the board. The McCombs Youth Center is the sole property that we actually lease as a department. All other community centers do not have lease terms and conditions. They have service agreement contracts, meaning they're contracted to come into a facility and just provide a service for a specific amount of time. The difference is a lease facility allows the leasee to actually sublet the facility and increase a revenue off a city property. Service agreements do not allow for that. So that was the reason for the reduction.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Chris. Yep. And the concern I've received regarding this is it's always in connection with the senior center and the Boys and Girls Club. And so the concern had been with regards to how the city still pretty much pay for all operational costs out of the senior center.
No, the city doesn't staff the senior center at all. We have a volunteer that goes and assists. The facility is ran by seniors solely, so we don't do any staffing. We do provide maintenance there, but again, we can actually sublet that facility. We do not rent out the Boys and Girls Club, McCombs Youth Center. So there's a different in-operation plan. The city actually generates revenue off of the senior center. The city does not generate zero revenue from the McCombs Youth Center. That's the discrepancy between the two arrangements.
And I did misspeak here. I meant more in terms of rent and utilities and so forth. So that was what I meant. And are we able to get a, for next time, what that revenue cost is for operating the senior center?
The revenue cost? The expenses?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then how much revenue we're getting there as well?
Yep.
That'd be helpful.
Yeah. Would you like the same for the McCombs Youth Center?
Yes, please.
Sure.
And then we mentioned that the peer support specialist, one position was never filled. What happened to the money that was meant for that position? Was it dispersed across? Actually, I'll let you answer that.
It's a reimbursable grant, so if you're not expending the money, you can't collect the money. So we didn't collect the money. That grant is going to expire. We actually have not used all of the funding that had been available for that grant.
Okay. Thank you. And then on slide 26, there was a line on the PBID. Could we also get the details of what these costs are with regards to the PBID and the small business grant in terms of expenses associated with them?
So for us, we're a pass-through. So we just collect the money, we pass it to them. There are some reporting requirements on their behalf when one of their years is over that would tell us how they spent the money, but we've not gotten to that point yet. So when we get that report, we could give it to council for review. But as of right now, I couldn't give you the details of how they're using that funding.
So for the PBID, we pay a portion of that, am I correct?
So because some of our property is within the PBID boundaries, yes, we do pay a portion of that.
And is that part of this budget in terms of how much we, could we also get that detail, like just line out in here?
So you want to know of the city properties, how much we pay into PBID?
Correct. Yep.
Okay.
That'll be it for now.
A lot of things mentioned already, but anything out that's currently in? Any thoughts on that? Anything, would you like anything that's currently budgeted to be removed? Anything out that's currently in? No, something that's currently in that to take out. Okay, doesn't matter. Now, all right. It's pushing 10 o'clock. All right, so I think we get good discussion. I'd caution my colleagues too. I know that we all are supportive of public safety. It's a huge need in our community as well. Our fire department is very well staffed, as well staffed as it's been in a long, long time. Police too. The deal we made with both, it's going through budget, was to offer significant pay increases with the hopes that that would attract and retain more people. That's worked, especially with police, whereas we had a number of vacancies in the past. By agreeing to freeze a few positions and then using that revenue to increase wages, that's made a significant staffing difference, as opposed to having a lot of positions at lower pay where you're going to attract inferior candidates, one, and two, likely have a number of vacancies. We tightened up a bit, increased the pay, and that's worked very well. So I certainly would love to add those back, but it's expensive, and we're pushing close to $1 million for all of them. I think fire's in a very good position right now. Police, I think certainly we could afford to add, potentially we could afford that one spot, that the additional one we're proposing to freeze this year, but the 3 more that we freeze in previous years, it's a lot. It's just a lot of money. So on all of them together, you're pushing close to $1 million. It's an ongoing expense as well. So I'd love to do it, but caution in that regard, I think, is important. All right, I think that's it. No, I don't know if just with the 4 of us, hard to give formal direction today, but I think ideas around options with the community funding and art. I've heard at least 3 out of 4 say they'd support that. Outdoor fitness, potentially something there, and certainly the police and fire, just the budgetary impacts of not freezing those positions. All right, I think that's kind of accurately summarizes our discussion. There you go. So you're squinting at me like, anything else? Potential options in the next presentation.
I'll probably just lay out some dollar amounts for all these items, and then the council can discuss and then choose to put something in, take something out. If you want to leave it as a negative balance, if you want to fund it with Trust 115, really your only options there. So I mean, I can bring you back some costs so you guys can have some discussions. Okay. We'll probably have to do some math at the dais, but we can do that.
Sounds good. Nothing you haven't done before. A couple little tweaks. But no, really, I think you guys did incredible work, and I think we're just probably a few tweaks away from getting a budget and having this process go smoothly once again.
Okay.
So thank you, Venus.
Thank you.
Okay, agenda item L, business. L1, authorize the formation of a Citizens Advisory Focus Group and notification of general plan update joint study session with City Council and Planning Commission to be held June 18th, 2025.
Okay. Thank you, Jennifer. All right, Leah and Johnny.
Yes, good evening, Council. We promise to be brief and bring you some good and interesting news.
Hitting the general plan at 9:30.
No, I promise we'll be brief. So we wanted to announce, to notify you that we are scheduling a general plan kickoff joint study session of the City Council and the Planning Commission. And we really need to kind of get the ball rolling, but you are in the middle of budget, which is super important. So we're looking at Wednesday night, June 18th. Instead of our regular Planning Commission, we'll make it a City Council/Planning Commission joint study session. So please mark your calendars. Our consultant will be here, and we'll be kicking off the general plan. And as part of the general plan kickoff, we need to look at active citizen engagement. As we heard from the public tonight, that is a big need in the community, is active engagement of the public. And so as part of that, as part of the general plan, we're looking at forming a general plan / downtown station area plan citizens advisory focus group. And so for tonight, we're looking for your buy-in on the focus group and allowing us to form the focus group. And we talked with our consultants about it and with staff. And what we're looking at is approximately 16 people coming together. We're looking at 2 council members, and we'd like you to maybe talk about it and probably not make any decision till the next time we meet, because not all of you are here, but we're looking at having 2 city council members on this group, and then at least 1 member from each of the following city boards and commissions, possibly 2 from Planning Commission, but from the others, we're looking at a member from the Building and Housing Board of Appeals, the Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Commission, Recreation and Parks Commission, Arts and Culture Advisory Commission, someone from the Merced Youth Council, and 1 from the Regional Airport Authority. Also, we'd like for each member, each council member, to consider appointing 1 member from your district, and for you, Mayor, it would be 1 member at large. So that would be the makeup of the Citizens Advisory Focus Group, would be those 16 or possibly 17 individuals if you chose to have 2 from the Planning Commission. So our actions tonight would be to authorize a adopt a motion authorizing the formation of the Citizens Advisory Focus Group, appointing 2 council representatives, and that's more of an approval that you're going to do that. You don't necessarily have to give us those names tonight because, again, there's just a few of you. And authorizing the recruitment of the Citizens Advisory Focus Group via the city clerk's office for applicants. So just like we have an open recruitment right now for other boards and commission vacancies, they would add this to that group of applicants. So if you are going to be recommending somebody from your districts, they would need to go through the process of filling out that application, so that way they could be considered. And then the clerk, I believe, will bring back those nominees on July 7th, I believe, is when that would happen. So that's kind of what we're looking at tonight. I'm going to back up so you can see the group makeup, just so you kind of get that part in your mind.
Okay, thank you, Leah. And the June 18th joint meeting, that's already set. There's no need to take action there.
Correct. And also, just so that you know, we had good discussions with our consultants about this particular group. And these are going to be open public meetings pursuant to the Brown Act. So any of our folks from the community are welcome to attend these meetings. And then we're also going to have a whole variety of stakeholder meetings and outreach events over the course of this 2, maybe 3-year project. So it's a long-term project. This focus group, most of their work will be done within the first 12 to 18 months, and it's going to involve at least, I think it's at least 7 meetings? Yeah, at least 7 meetings over the course of that time frame. So it needs to be someone who's very vested and interested in working with this group. And then for anyone else interested, we're going to be having stakeholder meetings, and we're going to be targeting specific groups, like possibly the Board of Realtors, or possibly the education community, possibly the South Merced community. So we're looking at having targeted workshops and outreach.
Okay. Any questions for Leah? Councilmember DuPont.
Leah, remind me of the date you said we need to have the appointment by, or people to?
June 18th, I think, is well, see, what's going to happen is we're going to have our general meeting. So if you have somebody who you want to appoint, they're going to go through the clerk's recruitment process. And so they are openly, actively recruiting right now. So let's say you have Joe Schmo, and you tell him, fill out that application, Joe, and I'm going to nominate you for my district. So it has to be someone within your district that you're going to nominate. Just make sure that they fill out the application with the clerk's office. And then that's going to come back to them on July 7th. Is that correct?
Well, so we have open recruitment currently for our current boards and commissions, which is what we do every year. We haven't advertised for this one yet, so this application for this particular focus group isn't available on for application yet. It will be something that we'll be working with planning to get that up and going, so people know what this focus group is going to be about, so they can apply for it.
Okay. About how long do you think we'll have the application up? Roughly, not holding you to anything.
I mean, the month of June, really. We'd like to finalize at the beginning of July. We are under a tight deadline for the downtown station area plan, because that it's a joint focus group. And so that whole project has to be completed by the end of 2026. So we're working to get a good group going and get them started right away.
So your target date is July 7th to appoint people?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, additional questions? Thoughts, comments? City Attorney Cornwell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. On the motion B to appoint the 2 council representatives, we can come back with that item?
I think we'll have to come back with that item since there's only 4 here. But we could come back with it at the study session if that works. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that would be the action at the study session, because we're looking at the study session of June 18th. And that's a joint study session of the City Council Planning Commission. But to start the formation of the group, we just basically need the buy-in that the members of this group would be appropriate in the numbers. Does that make sense?
We have we have the motion for A to approve.
3 requests.
To approve the focus group. Would that be enough for this evening?
We'll see
My
if we can.
concern is B is written for appointment. If you don't want
Right.
to do appointment, you'll have to bring it back.
Yeah. We got 3 things. If we can't pick 2, we can't do it. Mayor Pro Tem Boyle.
I lost my train of thought. When it comes to appointing individuals from each commission, does each commission get to pick the person, or how is that person selected from each group?
Generally, we would have them pick amongst themselves, but some of the commissions may not be meeting in time. So we have to kind of figure that out because we do have a very tight deadline, but we wanted to get your buy-in and your direction as we work through those things. So it could be as easy for us as, throwing out emails and figuring that out that way. Teams, I don't know. We got to figure it out because we got to do the Brown Act stuff too. So we have to really acknowledge that.
Thank you.
Okay. So 3 things are asked of us tonight. 1, to form the advisory focus group. 2, to authorize the recruitment of people. And 2, potentially to appoint 2 council members. 2-year plus process, 7 meetings. It's a pretty involved commitment. If anybody, I'd be interested. I don't know if anybody else is interested in doing it. If anybody else is interested, please stay so.
I'm interested.
Okay. So if there is, go ahead.
Are you ready for a motion?
Yeah, you gotta hit the button. Councilmember Dupont. Usually, half the time, if people kind of go like that, I can kind of, that's usually good enough that gets it done. Go ahead.
I'll move to authorize the formation of the general plan update citizens advisory focus group. And authorize the recruitment through the city clerk's office of 1 applicant from existing city boards and commissions, and open applications for residents to represent each council district and an at-large position to the City of Merced General Plan Citizens Advisory Focus Group. And I will move to appoint Mayor Serrato and Mayor Pro Tem Boyle to the General Plan Update Citizens Advisory Focus Group.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right. They're jumping on the first. They know we're going to regret this someday. So.
Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember Dupont and a second by
And mine's
Councilmember
for
Zhang. Mayor and council, please cast your votes.
No promises. Okay.
Okay, the motion passes unanimously.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Got through it. Thank you, guys.
Okay, agenda item L2, request to add item to future agenda.
Future agenda, starting on my left. Nobody's there. On my right, Councilmember Jones.
Nothing tonight, Mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem Boyle.
Nothing this evening, thank you.
Okay, nothing from me. Council comments.
Agenda item L3, city council comments.
On my left, pass, Councilmember Jean. Councilmember Dupont.
I had the opportunity to attend the political science and graduation, or CAPE program graduation at UC Merced. It's great to see that program at UC Merced. Being born and raised from the Merced area, it's good to see political science opportunities for our university. And I have nothing else.
Mayor Pro Tem Boyle.
Thank you, Mayor. So I just got through with my busy season with my real job that I make a decent wage. We celebrated over 1,500 graduates at UC Merced this past weekend. it's just great to see these students with all their accomplishments and celebrating them. We were also very fortunate to have the UC president, Michael Drake, come as our commencement speaker on Sunday, and a very lengthy speech, but it was just remarkable to hear his story. But towards the end, he ended his speech with a quote, and it moved me because it's a lot of what we do up here. So I just wanted to share it with everybody. And I'm not even going to try to pronounce the name of the individual who said this. So if you want to write down the quote, then you can go look up who it was. But it was, "I slept and dreamt that life was a joy. I woke and saw that life was service. I acted and behold, service was joy."
She had a look she gave me a look like, follow that. And no comments from me. Thanks, sister.
Agenda item M, closed session. Are you guys going to go back into closed
We
session?
finished close. Is there anything else we need to do in closed session? Okay, finish closed session.
Can we report out of closed session?
Yes. There is no report out of closed session.
Perfect. Okay, agenda item O, adjournment.
Move to approve.
adjourn.
Move to approve.
Second.
We have a motion by Councilmember Dupont and a second by Mayor Pro Tem Boyle. Mayor and council, please cast your votes.
Now, if one person votes no. Are we stuck?
Yeah, the motion passes unanimously.
Scott will reschedule the. All right, good meeting, good meeting.